Okay. Good morning, everyone. Today is Tuesday, December 9th, 2025. The time is 9:45 a.m. This proceeding is hereby called to order. This is an adjudicatory hearing before the Massachusetts Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission in the matter of William Castro. This is a public proceeding and proper notice has been provided. We are convening in person and over Zoom. This hearing is being audio and video recorded. We would like to remind all attendees that notification sounds and alerts on all devices must be set to silent. The parties are asked to please speak loudly and clearly for the record. The commission is represented by Attorney Timothy Hartnett. The respondent is represented by Attorney Walter Jacobs. My name is Alexander Utz, and I am a legal fellow for the commission. The Honorable Kenneth J. Fishman is the hearing officer over these proceedings. Before we begin, the parties are reminded to be mindful of potentially sensitive information when giving any statements or asking questions during witness testimony. They're also asked to specify when referring to exhibits, whether they're referring to exhibits in the exhibit binder or additional materials. When referring to exhibits in the exhibit binder, please use a page's Bates number located on the bottom of the page and starting with Castro _redacted_ followed by a 3-digit number. This matter is now before Judge Fishman.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Counsels, please state their names for the record.
Timothy Hartnett on behalf of the commission.
Walter Jacobs on behalf of the respondent, William Castro.
Okay, and I know Mr. Castro is here as well. So the process is pretty obvious. We'll start with the commission presenting its case. Counsel for the commission, enforcement counsel, have the opportunity to make an initial opening statement if you wish. It doesn't really need to be very lengthy. And then the respondent may follow by giving an opening statement, may defer until after the commission's case has been presented, or may determine not to make a statement at all. All right. Before we start, are there any issues that you folks want to address before we start with the evidence?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Now, you know this, but just for reminders, the rules of evidence do not apply in this proceeding. It'll be admitted if it's relevant, not privileged. And sometimes we look to the rules of evidence for some guidance, but they're not required to be applied under these circumstances. It's not necessary to make formal exceptions in order to preserve your rights later after a ruling on the evidence. So without, I did want to mention the notion of, there was a motion in limine relating to some personnel and private matters that are discussed in an order I issued. If there comes a point where you seek to identify that information or admit it in some way, obviously alert me ahead of time so that we can close these proceedings to enable that to happen. From my understanding, I think that it's very limited in its scope. Is that correct, Mr. Hartnett?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. We are and for all of you present, or either by Zoom or in person, if we close the session, this is a couple of things that will happen. Number one, most importantly, we won't be broadcasting what we're saying. So all of the audio will be turned off at the time. And that's true for our listeners, anyone attending by way of Zoom. All right. Having said that, Mr. Hartnett, do you want to present your first witness or make an opening statement? Excuse me.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, the evidentiary record in this case is significant. The allegations are simple. Evidence will show that in February of 2024, William Castro engaged in a dangerous and unauthorized motor vehicle pursuit in downtown Lawrence. Upon learning that his actions violated department policy, he lied in his police report to cover up his mistake. He then did nothing to assure that it was properly investigated. The evidence will further show that in April and May of 2024, after being suspended by the commission, Castro knowingly violated his suspension order, and that on one occasion in May of 2024, he engaged in intimidation of a witness. His falsification of a police report in and of itself mandates decertification, as does his intimidation of a witness. All of his actions between February of 2024 and May 2024, taken together, will show that not only is decertification warranted because his actions present a clear and pattern of misconduct that may escalate, but also show that decertification is required because Castro is unfit to serve as a police officer and he's dangerous to the public. Here are the facts that will be presented. In October of 2023, Lawrence Mayor Brian DePena appointed his chief of staff, the respondent, William Castro, to serve as the acting chief of the Lawrence Police Department. The following January, Castro was appointed to be the provisional chief of the Lawrence Police Department. Then, on Friday, February 2nd, 2024, the Lawrence Police Department received a report that a person had tried to pass a fake check at a credit union in downtown Lawrence. As you will hear, the dispatcher then put out a call describing the suspect, his location, and twice stating clearly and unambiguously that the suspect was wanted for passing a bad check. At the time of his call, Castro happened to be in the area of the credit union and sitting in his unmarked Lawrence Police Department SUV. He observed the suspect walking down the street and followed him. The suspect got into a vehicle and he followed the vehicle. When the suspect's vehicle attempted to get away, Castro gave chase. As you will see in the surveillance video, Castro's pursuit was highly dangerous, including speeding through heavy downtown traffic, driving on a sidewalk, and going the wrong way down the street. You will also hear how the pursuit ended with a crash, where thankfully no one was injured. Shortly after the incident, Castro learned that his pursuit violated the LPD's motor vehicle policy. A policy which, despite having been chief of the LPD for several months, Castro had failed to read before initiating a pursuit. His pursuit violated the policy not only because it was unnecessarily dangerous, but because it was clearly unauthorized, because the LPD policy only allowed for motor vehicle pursuits in situations where either there was a violent crime or the possession of a firearm. You will hear the dispatch audio, which makes clear that neither of these issues were present when Castro initiated his pursuit. The suspect reportedly committed the crime of uttering or passing a fake check, which is a non-violent crime. And there was no reports of any firearms. Sadly, rather than simply admit to this mistaken policy violation and accept the consequences that may come from that, Castro decided to cover it up. As you will see in his report, he falsely claimed that he perceived the suspects as being involved in a bank robbery. A robbery, of course, is a violent crime and often does involve weapons, and therefore it may have justified a pursuit. However, this convenient claim that he perceived a bank robbery is contradicted by the dispatch audio and is simply illogical and not believable. Castro will claim that he did not hear the dispatcher explain that the call was for a bad check. But when you listen to the audio, it will be clear that Castro was told not once, but twice that the reported crime was a bad or fake check. It will also be clear that Castro heard this because we know he heard everything else that the dispatcher stated in that exact time, right around all those words. We know this because all of that information, including the suspect's clothes, his physical appearance, the location, all of this was in his own incident report, but not conveniently fake check and bad check. It's simply not believable that he didn't hear all that information and yet somehow missed, that he heard all of that information and yet somehow missed the explanation of what the crime was. And that the idea that he acted without knowing what the crime was, simply not believable. The evidence will show that the day after the pursuit, Sergeant Michael Simard reported the improper pursuit to Lieutenant Paul Rossi, the head of the LPD's Internal Affairs Department. Lieutenant Rossi then did what any reasonable IA officer would do. He gathered the related video, audio, and the reports, and he reviewed them. Lieutenant Rossi will explain that after listening to the dispatch audio, he suspected Castro had lied in his report. Recognizing the obvious need to have these allegations investigated and the obvious conflict with having the chief being the subject of the allegations, Rossi then did what any reasonable IA officer would do. He drafted a memorandum to the mayor and the city attorney explaining the issues and why he was unable to investigate it. He also did what he had done in all of the times when there was LPD misconduct complaints. He made sure the LPD sent the complaint to the Post Commission as required under the Commission's regulations. Commission's regulations also clearly require that the head of the agency, i.e. the chief of police, make sure that the allegations are properly investigated and done so in an unbiased investigator. Where the chief is the subject, the regulations contemplate that the agency or the city will hire an independent investigator given the obvious conflict. The city of Lawrence did none of this. They did not comply with the regulations. Instead, they declared that an investigation was unnecessary. Despite being the head of the LPD and after learning that his friend, the mayor, had ordered no investigation, Castro did nothing to correct this error, took advantage of it, and did nothing to make sure that his own department complied with the commission's regulations. Instead, he actually went further. He drafted his own memo to the mayor, thanking him for closing the matter, and then went after Lieutenant Rossi and others and accusing them of being biased and insubordination and untruthfulness. As Lieutenant Rossi will explain, Chief Castro retaliated against him for reporting the pursuit allegations to Post, and in March of 2024, sent him an email improperly limiting Rossi's ability to communicate with Post. On March 21st of 2024, in light of all the serious allegations of misconduct against Chief Castro and the lack of serious investigation by the city, the commission opened a preliminary inquiry and suspended Castro's certification. Castro then proceeded to violate the commission's suspension order. First, in April of 2024, by his own admission, he attended a meeting in Lawrence City Hall where he discussed LPD budget and hiring matters, despite his suspension and despite the LPD already having a new acting chief. And while he'll attempt to downplay his actions during that City Hall meeting, as LPD Captain Ariel Montes will explain, Chief Castro was clearly acting not as a civilian, but in his role as chief of police, going as far as to discuss individual officers and at one point arguing with the actual chief of police about the creation of a new position at the LPD. Amazingly, Castro's misconduct did not end there. In May of 2024, he again violated the suspension order, this time committing an act that was itself very serious misconduct. By his own admission, he drove to the house of Captain Fabian Guerrero, a person he knew was a potential witness because Guerrero had signed off on his February incident report. By his own admission, Castro picked up Guerrero at his house, picked him up in a van, and drove him around the block. As Captain Guerrero will explain, while in that van, Castro told him that acting chief Felix Bonilla was attempting to investigate Guerrero for overtime use, that Guerrero could not trust Bonilla, and that the only person he could trust was Castro. As Captain Guerrero will also explain, the day before Castro drove him around, Guerrero had been summoned to the mayor's house and told essentially the same thing, that Bonilla was pushing for an investigation, and the only person who could help him was Castro. Lastly, Captain Guerrero will explain how these interactions with Castro and the mayor caused him considerable emotional and physical distress. Given all of this misconduct, at the end of this hearing, it will be abundantly clear that William Castro must be decertified and he should never be allowed to serve in Massachusetts law enforcement ever again. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Jacobs, do you care to make an opening statement at this point?
I'll defer. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So now, Mr. Hartnett, you can call your first witness.
Yeah. Rossi, hope he's here.
All right. Sir, would you state your name, please?
Paul Rossi, ROSSI.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury, the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Thank you. May I have a seat?
thank you.
Morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
Lieutenant Rossi, where do you work?
The Lawrence Police Department.
Okay, and your current rank is lieutenant?
That's correct.
Okay, and what, do you work in a specialized unit within? the
Yes,
Lawrence
I do.
Police Department? Where do you work?
Internal Affairs,
And how long have you been a member of the Lawrence Police Department?
almost 25 years.
Did you start out on patrol?
Yes, that's where I started out.
And how long were you at that rank?
For patrol?
Yeah.
Probably about 16 years. I was
16?
various positions.
And at some point you got promoted to sergeant?
That's correct.
Okay, and how long were you a sergeant approximately?
I believe 5 years.
Okay. And then at some point you were promoted to lieutenant?
That's correct.
And were you immediately in IA when you became? a lieutenant?
No, I was the commander of early nights, the 5 PM to 1 AM shift.
And how long have you been in internal affairs?
I think this January it'll be 4 years.
What is your specific role within the internal affairs unit?
Well, currently we have a sergeant in there, so it's kind of changed. When it started, it was just me, but currently I'm in charge of the unit, the internal affairs unit, in charge of evidence, anything to do with posts, with recertification, any complaints. We're in charge of all use of force, documenting all use of force, police pursuits, cruiser accidents, pretty much stuff like that, professional standards.
And who do you report to?
I report directly to the chief of police.
And the chief reports ultimately to the mayor and city council.
That's correct.
And the chief is in charge of the day-to-day operations of the department.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the February 2nd, 2024 motor vehicle pursuit involving former provisional police chief William Castro?
Yes, I am.
How did you become aware of that pursuit?
I was off duty and I started receiving some calls on my cell phone.
Okay, who called you? Who do you?
Sergeant Samad, Captain Guerrero, and Lieutenant Trombley.
What were they telling you?
That the chief was involved in a pursuit. They all told me different things, but basically the sum of it, that the chief was involved in a pursuit. They didn't think he was authorized to be in.
At some point, did you get an email from Sergeant Samar?
I did.
Okay. Take a look at, give him the binder.
What exhibit?
Exhibit 10. Are you able to put it up on the screen, right?
Do you have a specific page number you would like?
Whatever the first page of exhibit thing is, so.
Big one.
Yeah. I do.
He doesn't have it in front of him.
You can just go to exhibit 10.
Mr. Hartnett, for this one, it's up there right now.
Okay, all right, great. Scroll down so we can see it. You can see it, right?
Yep.
All right.
Yes.
Is this the email that Sergeant Samard sent you regarding the incident?
Yes.
And in it, he's alleging that Chief Castro violated pursuit policy.
That's correct.
Okay. Oh, that's getting one second. All right, so so there's two emails here. One, there's an original email and then there's a follow-up, right?
That's correct.
So can you go to the original email?
Okay.
Right, what's the date of that email?
I'm sorry,
What's the date of that email?
February 3rd, 2024,
And who's it from?
Sergeant Samad,
Okay, and it's to,
to me.
yeah, okay. And he writes here at the beginning, please read the LPD incident reports 2400-069. I was the patrol supervisor on this date and had to investigate this incident as part of my official duties. After my investigation, I feel that Castro has violated the LPD policy. Number 10.04 motor vehicle pursuits. It appears that Chief Castro pursued a vehicle that was involved in a bank fraud, reported to have passed a bad check. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
And then he goes on and he adds more, gives you more information about what happened, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then you respond, you indicate that you'll look in, right?
That's correct.
And one of the first things he mentioned in this email was video. Did you review the video?
I did.
All right. I'm gonna actually ask that you replay the video. This is exhibit 6. It's the video files marked PST-0031. There's no other things. That's how those are marked.
Is there a specific timestamp you would like on that, or?
No, it's not very long. It was just a whole thing.
Street right behind this.
Okay. All right, now can you play the video from the start there? Okay, that car that just went on the sidewalk, whose car was that?
That would be the suspect's vehicle.
And the SUV that followed?
That would be William Castro's.
And you're familiar with Chief Castro's vehicle?
Yes.
And the police vehicle that just went by, is that a Lawrence Police Department?
Yes,
vehicle?
that's a marked cruiser.
It's a little hard to see in this video, but if you watch it, we can play it again if you want, but could you actually see the suspect's vehicle and the Chief Castro's vehicle go across the bridge?
On another, I could see them take it. There's a better angle. There's
Yeah,
another
yeah.
angle.
But here you can
yes,
actually see it
yes,
going across. It's
yeah.
very small. Okay. And Chief Castro's SUV, are his emergency lights activated?
Yes.
Okay. And what time of day was this?
I believe it was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
And are these relatively busy streets for Lawrence?
Yes, downtown area is one of our busiest areas.
And what day of the week was it?
I don't know the day. It was during the week. I don't know what day it
It was
was.
a weekday,
Yes,
2 o'clock in the afternoon.
that's correct.
Um, and, the record, did you see, in this video, did you see, Chief Castro and the suspect both drive on the sidewalk?
Yes, I did.
Is that inherently dangerous?
Yes,
Is it especially dangerous when it's a high traffic area in the middle of the day?
yeah, well, pedestrians are walking on the sidewalk.
So it appears there's some pretty expensive cars sitting there they almost hit.
They were in the
Yeah.
close proximity.
Proximity of those two Porsches there. All right, can you play, ask you to play the video marked 0032? And in that same folder, exhibit 6. And before you start, I'm just gonna, once it's up, I'm gonna ask a few questions before we play the video. Okay,
I'm sorry, what exhibit number is this?
this is exhibit 6.
6?
So all the surveillance video is in exhibit 6. So, and then each video file has a different number on it.
Thank you.
This is the one that ends in 32.
Okay.
Lieutenant, you mentioned a better view. Is this the better view you were talking about?
Yes,
Okay, what street are we looking at here?
that is the Central Bridge. Amesbury Street turns into the Central Bridge.
Okay. And go ahead and play the video. Thank you. Can you just let me know when you see the suspect's vehicle? Just point it out.
Is the vehicle.
And is that the chief's vehicle? And then another Lawrence Police Department off
Yes.
vehicle right behind it?
Yes,
Okay. And just for the record, they appear to be going quite well over the speed limit.
it appears to be, yes.
Okay. And again, this is, we can just see this is a pretty heavily traffic area midweek.
Yes,
Okay. How many police officers actually followed Chief Castro when behind him?
off the top of my head, I believe it was 3, possibly 4, but 3 to 4.
And in your, would you consider this to be a high speed pursuit?
Yes,
One that would require justification under the Lawrence pursuit policy?
yes,
Okay. And there were other videos similar to this, correct?
that's correct.
Okay, and you viewed those in response to Sergeant Simard's emailed to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Are those in evidence as well?
Those are in evidence as well. They're all exhibit 6. We could play them, but.
No, that's
you know,
all right.
I'll save everybody the time, yeah. And did Sergeant Smart also ask you to review incident reports related to the pursuit? The police reports?
Yes.
Okay. Take a look at exhibit 11. I'm just gonna note this. Okay.
Thank you.
Good, right. Actually. Senator Rossi, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Okay, what is it?
It's Officer Smart's police report.
Okay, it's one of the documents you reviewed.
That's correct.
Okay. And if you go to the narrative section,
Okay.
it says on February 2nd, 2024, I, Officer Smart, was dispatched to 12 Amesbury Street to the NESC in regards to a dark-skinned male who just tried to cash a fake check. Dispatch stated to us, the suspect left the bank and is heading down Methuen Street towards Hampshire Street. Dispatch stated the suspect is wearing a green sweatshirt and green pants, while myself and other cruisers were en route to the area. The suspect's dispatch into the area. Dispatch stated to us the suspect took off his green sweatshirt. So did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And did this? Sorry. Did you also review surveillance video that showed the suspect?
Yes,
Okay. And did you listen to the audio?
I did.
Okay. Did Officer Smart's description that I just read, did that match the audio and video that you watched?
Regarding him,
Regarding what the dispatcher stated and what the suspect appeared to look like and whatnot?
yes.
Okay. And just in that section, he explains what the reported crime is, right?
Yes.
What does he say it is?
He wrote a fake check.
Big check, thank you. And if you scroll up, you look up. What's the incident type?
Identity fraud, he put.
Yeah, identity fraud, that passing a fake check might be considered identity, right?
Yeah, it's a
maybe not the best phrasing, but
It's a pre-selected check down he did.
he didn't mention anything about a robbery, did he?
No.
Okay. I want you to take a look at it. Number 12, exhibit 12. And after 12, we're going to do 13 and 14. So I just want to have all of them.
Thank you.
Lieutenant, what's this document? Have you seen it? Well, first, have you seen this document?
Yes, I have.
What is it?
It's Officer Trainer's police report.
Okay. And this report from Detective Trainer one of the documents you reviewed in response to the allegations made by Sergeant Smart?
Yes.
Okay. And in this report, does Officer Trainer identify what crime the suspect reportedly committed?
He wrote bank fraud.
Bank fraud. And big check type of bank, right? Did Detective Trainer mention anything about a bank robbery?
No, he did not.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 13. And have you seen this document before?
I have.
What do you think?
It's Sergeant Samad's Lawrence Police Report.
And it's one of the documents you reviewed in response to Sergeant Samar's email?
That's correct.
Okay. And what crime did Sergeant Samard report?
Passing a bad check, he wrote.
Okay. Did he mention anything about there being a robbery?
No.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 14.
Okay.
Okay. Have you seen this document before?
I have.
What document is this?
This is William Castro's police report.
Okay, it's his police report from February 2nd, 2024 regarding the pursuit that we just watched on video, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is one of the documents you reviewed after Sergeant Samard reported the allegations.
That's correct.
And in this report, Castro wrote on February 2nd, 2024, at approximately 14:09, I, William Castro, Lawrence Police Department Provisional Chief, left the police station to the Register of Motor Vehicles. Upon turning on my assigned radio, I overheard dispatch relaying a call regarding an incident at the NECS Federal Credit Union on Methuen Street. Being within close proximity to the bank and not knowing if the incident was a bank robbery, I turned right on Amesbury into Methuen Street. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Is this the first time that anybody mentions the idea that there might be a bank robbery in these reports?
Well, Sergeant Samad does touch on it. It's not his opinion. He does state that.
Okay, we'll go back to that for a second. If you want,
He
you
does
want
write that in that
to, so in
report.
Exhibit 13, let's just, since you mentioned it. You're referring to the end of Sergeant Smart's.
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
In there, it says 2/5/24 before, and then there's a note, right?
That's correct.
Is this a note he added after, like later? Is that why there's a date on it?
That's what it appears to be.
So this wasn't in his initial report, it was a note he added later.
That's correct.
All right. And there, as you said, after review of all the LPD reports regarding this incident, it should be noted that on the scene on South Canal Street, it was never mentioned by Chief Castro that he thought the call was for a bank robbery. That's what Sergeant Samard wrote.
That's correct.
I'm sorry, where is this? Is this on Exhibit 13 you talking
Exhibit
about?
13, it's in the
Okay.
narrative.
At the
There's
end?
At the end, there's a note.
We keep going down, please. Is that on the screen now?
Yes, it's at the bottom. So just to clarify, so Officer Smart, Detective Trainer, and Sergeant Smart, they all in the reports describe the dispatch, correct?
That's correct.
And none of them describe anything about a bank robbery.
That's correct.
Correct. And they all consistently refer to either a bank fraud, a bank fake check, or something similar to that.
That's correct.
Thank you. Go back to Castro's report. So here he's referring to dispatch. And they all refer to dispatch. You listened to the dispatch audio?
I have.
Okay. I'm actually gonna ask that we play the dispatch audio. Exhibit 5. It's gonna be the audio file mark PST 0001. You're muted. It's possible to make the sound a little louder for everybody. We'll work on it. I'm sure you guys will work on it.
I think it's happening.
29. Trying to pass a bad check at the credit union, 14 Amesbury Street. 21, 29, or if anybody else closer. There was a fake check. He's now walking down Methuen Street with a green hoodie. Anybody close to Methuen Street? Dark skin male, all green on Methuen Street. Okay, he just took off the hoodie.
We'll have this mastered by day 3.
All set? Okay, great. Lieutenant, you've heard that dispatch audio before?
I have.
And did you listen to that in response to Sergeant Simard's allegations against Chief Castro?
I did.
Okay. And if you go back, if you take another look at his report, that's Exhibit 14. Go take a look at that narrative section again.
Okay.
The end of the first paragraph, he says, being within close proximity to the bank and not knowing if the incident was a bank robbery. You see where he wrote that?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything in that dispatch audio that indicates that there was a bank robbery?
No.
As a police officer, is there anything in that dispatch audio that would make you believe that there was a bank robbery?
No.
Okay. And in fact, this dispatcher does state what the suspected crime is, correct?
Twice.
Yeah, and they state, what do they state? Well, we heard it, but they said it was passing a bad check and then later say fake check, right?
That's correct.
And when you heard it, it was pretty clear.
Yes.
Is there anything in that dispatch about weapons or threats?
No.
Go back to Castro's report. Keep reading his narrative. It says, upon approaching Methuen Street, I overheard dispatch broadcast a description of a male wearing green hooded sweatshirt walking towards Hampshire Street, towards Canal Street, and continued on. And then you have to keep going, Methuen Street and towards Franklin Street, and could not see the individual. To turn left towards Franklin, and another left towards Canal Street. On Canal Street, I observed a dark-skinned male matching the description entering a four-door Mercedes, a black Mercedes via the front passenger seat. I observed the vehicle bearing North Carolina blue plates and a white license plate. At a distance, I could see the vehicle parked on the sidewalk near the SISU Center located on Canal Street, and it appeared the operator was waiting for someone. Skip through this, but did I read that correctly?
Yes.
You've read the entire narrative.
Yes.
Is there anything in this? Is there anything about what we just described, other than the references to a potential bank robbery? Is there anything that suggests that there was a weapon involved?
No.
Is there anything to suggest that there was a bank robbery, other than him saying that he thought there might be one?
No.
Yet at the top of second page of the narrative, the first full sentence, he writes, I perceive the operator and his passenger as being involved in a bank robbery. Correct?
Yes.
And did you find that sentence problematic?
Yes. Well, coupled with the totality of all the radio calls, and just being a police officer for almost 25 years, I just don't know how you could perceive something to be a call without knowing what the call is.
Did you believe that statement to be false?
I believe
Suspect that it was false,
I thought it was problematic and it needed to be investigated.
as potentially false.
That's correct.
And in that audio, you heard information about the suspect's clothing, correct?
That's correct.
That he was wearing a green hoodie,
Yes.
okay, that he was a male,
Yes.
okay. And you also heard where he was located. He was on Methuen Street,
Yes.
okay. And you heard that the incident happened at a credit union.
That's correct.
And is all that information in Chief Castro's report?
Yes.
And there's additional dispatch audio that follows this, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does that, in any of that, you reviewed that dispatch audio, correct?
Yes.
Okay, does, in any of that dispatch audio, does it describe bank robbery?
No, it does not.
Does it provide any information that would lead you to believe that a bank robbery occurred?
No.
I'll just note there is additional audio in the record, but I'll spare everybody from going to play it right now.
Okay.
Um,
Need additional dispatch?
correct. And how did this pursuit, or do you know how this pursuit, the pursuit that's, that occurred, do you know how it ended?
Yes.
How did it end?
The suspects crashed.
Okay. They crashed, really crashed, how'd they crash?
They crashed into a guardrail, I believe. I was not on scene.
Okay, but you heard that they, and you have reason to believe they crashed into a guardrail?
I've seen the pictures, yes.
But nobody was hurt or anything like that.
Do not know if they have injuries.
But they were eventually caught.
Yes.
Look at exhibit 8. Lieutenant, have you seen this document?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's a blue team vehicle pursuit report.
What is a blue team vehicle pursuit report?
Per policy, whoever the OIC is of the patrol shift is required to fill one of these out anytime there's a pursuit. They need to document why they allowed it or why they discontinued it.
OIC is officer in charge.
Officer in charge, yes, I apologize.
Okay. And who's responsible for completing this report?
That day it was Lieutenant Trombley.
Is he the OIC?
He was of the day shift, yes.
Sorry, say his last name again.
Trombley, Trombley.
Thank you.
And it indicates that it was entered on the day after the incident. Is that what it says here? It says date time entered. See that? At the top?
I just see date received 2/2/2024. I'm not seeing entered.
Keep going down.
I just see
So-
entered Lieutenant Carlton Trombley.
Yep,
I'm not seeing it.
2 lines down, but that's okay.
Oh, yes, date and time entered. Yep, 2/3/24. That's correct.
Did you at some point, did you review this in response, this report?
I did.
In response to Sergeant Samard's allegations?
Yes.
And based on your review of the reports, the audio, the video, was what's in this report accurate? Did you have see any issues with the accuracy of this report?
No,
Or at least none that you remember that gave you concern at the time?
no.
And at the end of his incident summary, Lieutenant Trombley writes, after reviewing the video and reading the reports, I'm forwarding the incident to IA for investigation into any policy violations by those involved.
That's
Did I read
correct.
correctly? And did he in fact do that?
Yes,
He forwarded it to you, correct?
yes.
And did you later learn what policy violations he was referring to?
Our pursuit policy.
And the individual being Chief Castro and the other officers who pursued, right?
Yes.
What was the LPD's policy on motor vehicle pursuits?
Well, we have a very restrictive policy. It needs to be a violent crime, including or a crime involving something with a gun, unlawful crime involving a gun.
Passing a bad check meet those qualifications?
No,
Would a bank robbery? Potentially?
possibly, not even a definite. There would need to be other variables. No,
But it's more likely that a bank robbery might. Because if implicit in a robbery, there's
Yes.
some sort of
yes,
threat or a weapon or something.
yes.
But you're correct, it might not technically require.
If someone walked in with a balloon
Yeah.
and cake and asked for all the money and handed them a present, then I guess it wouldn't, it's a very restricted policy.
I'll take a look at exhibit 3.
Okay.
Just a record, before we get to that document, in Lieutenant Trumbley's report, was there any mention of there being a robbery?
No,
What's the document that you have in front of you now?
it's called a CAD incident report.
What is that?
It's a computer aided dispatch notes. Basically, it's how we dispatch calls. When a call taker receives a call, they type in all the details that they're given by the caller, and that's what shows up on the screen for it to be dispatched out to the officers.
So this is like automatically generated or generated by
Yeah,
information put in by the dispatch?
incident report.
And what did they identify as the incident type?
I believe it was a fake check. Yes, cash a fake check.
That's in the narrative section. Talking about
On page 2, narrative description.
there, it says caller states there's a man trying to cash a fake check. He's in the middle teller window.
That's correct.
If you go to the top, it lists incident type. You see that, the very top of the document,
First page,
first page, so it's second line, you can see that.
fraud.
Thank you. Does it say anything in here about a bank robbery?
No, it does not.
Take a look at exhibit 15. You should also have 16 in front of you. Let's start with exhibit 15.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, it's an email that I wrote to City Hall.
And what's the date of that email?
Wednesday, February 7th, 2024.
Okay, and what's the subject matter?
Summary of incident and allegations against Acting Chief Castro.
So this was in regards to the pursuit we just talked about?
That's correct.
And is this something you wrote after receiving Sergeant Simard's complaint?
After reviewing
Yeah.
the complaint and the video and everything.
Okay. And there's attachments here?
That's correct.
Okay. And here's the attachments. It says there's a bunch of things that say LPD report. That's the reports we went through?
That's correct.
Okay. And the first thing says, talks about there being a summary of incident and allegations.
That's correct.
Is that exhibit 16? think that's it. That's it.
Yes, that would be it.
I'll come back to that one. If you stick with the email for a second.
Okay.
And who's, it says right in the body of the email who this is, who you're trying to speak to. Who is that? Who's it addressed to?
Mayor DePena and his city attorneys and Octavian Spanner, I believe I put in there.
But in the narrative, it says Mayor DePena and City Hall Attorney.
Yes, and city attorney.
Mayor DePena, is that Brian DePena?
That's correct.
He's the, he was the mayor of Lawrence and he's currently
Yes,
is. Okay, and who is City Attorney Howden?
he's the city attorney, Hooten.
That's Tim Hooten?
Yes, yeah.
And what was the purpose of this email?
To make them aware of the allegations that was brought forward to me and basically what I found on reviewing the matter.
And let's go to the topic. It says, who was sent to, the first one, it says Brian DePena's development projects. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Was that a mistake?
Yeah, I later learned when you're putting the email in, it only shows you, it doesn't show you the complete address. So when you put it into the computer, you search it. The way I do is by the last name. And the only way I could find the mayor's name was under this. And so I could only see develop, like not even the whole word. And that's what I selected. I later learned that was not the correct email.
What was your intent you were just trying to email the mayor?
That's correct.
And then it also lists Timothy Hooten, correct?
Yep.
And then Octavian Spanner. Who's that?
That's the mayor's, I don't know his actual title, but he's in the mayor's office. I don't know if he's advisor, what his title
Is
is.
he the mayor's senior advisor?
I believe something to that effect.
Okay. Who's Kevin Foley?
He was the assistant city attorney.
And who is Scott?
At the time, he was the head of personnel department,
How do you pronounce his last name?
Zybeck.
Zyback. Thank you. So we go to the fourth paragraph of your email.
Okay.
Starts with after reviewing.
Yes,
You wrote, after reviewing all reports, videos, and audio, I believe that acting Chief Castro was in a motor vehicle pursuit for a crime that would not be allowed under our current pursuit policy. Did I read that correctly?
that's correct.
And was this opinion based on your review of the audio, video, and reports that we just went over?
That's correct.
And you go on, you state, furthermore, I believe the above evidence supports an investigation into the pursuit and the truthfulness of acting Chief Castro's statement in his report that he, quote, perceived the operator and his passengers as being involved in a bank robbery, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And was what you wrote there based on the audio, video, and reports that we just described?
Yes,
Okay. And then you go on, the dispatcher clearly and calmly states it was for a bad and fake check. No other officers responded to the initial call except for Officer Smart, who was dispatched to the call and calmly said it was at the credit union. Did I read that correctly?
yeah, he was the only officer I heard verbally respond that he was going.
And that, what you wrote there, was that based on the audio and video that we went through today?
Yes,
And the reports?
that's correct.
And if you look at Exhibit 16, first off, Exhibit 16 is a memo from you,
That's correct.
and it's dated the same day as the email.
Yes,
And at the end of that email, very last page, there's a conclusion section.
Yes.
In the end, in the beginning of that conclusion section, you offer essentially the same opinion that's in your email. Um, And at this time, did you believe that you had the authority to open an internal affairs investigation into Provisional Chief Castro?
No, I don't have that authority.
And did you explain that you didn't have that authority in your email?
Yes, I did.
Okay. In fact, if we go to your email, the very last paragraph, you wrote, I did not have authority to investigate these allegations or place acting chief on Castro on administrative leave while it's investigated.
That's correct.
I read that correct?
Yes,
And it is correct.
yes,
All right. As the head of the LPD's internal affairs unit, were you familiar with the post commission?
yes,
And were you familiar with the post commission's regulations on reporting complaints against officers?
yes.
And did you try to reference those in your email?
I did, so they would know what their responsibilities were.
And what were the responsibilities?
To investigate it, come up with the report and findings.
In terms of just the reporting, what's the reporting requirement?
We need to report it to post
Okay.
if it meets the criteria.
Okay, and what's that? Do you know, remember where that criteria is?
The basic way to say it is if the way I've understood and the way it reads in the CMR is basically if it's a minor infraction that doesn't involve the public. So if it's insubordination or tardiness, that's something that we wouldn't need to report to post. Everything else should be reported to post. And if I'm reading correctly, if we're not sure, send it in and then post will tell us if it's something that needed to be reported.
And is there a time frame you're supposed to send it within?
Within 2 days of when you determine that there's credibility to it, not when the complaint comes in, when you determine if there's credibility to the complaint. That's the way I interpret it.
Okay. And when you sent, if you go to your email, you wrote the very last thing you write is, I will submit this summary of the incident and allegations to post.
That's correct.
Sure we have it. This is an exhibit. It's just yeah. All right, so when you stated that you were submitting, that you were telling all these individuals you were submitting it to post, correct?
Yes, they had to.
And up to this point, had you submitted complaints to post before?
I did it for, up until this point, for every chief.
But for other like complaints against other officers, correct?
Yeah, but I'm saying for every chief I've had, I've been the point of contact for posts. I've submitted it for officers, for other officers.
And when William Castro became provisional chief, at any point did he tell you to not, up to this point, in February 7th of 2024, had he ever told you that he didn't want you to be the point of contact with post?
No, the contrary. When he was chief of staff and chief of police, he asked me to send stuff to post for him.
So did you feel it was your responsibility to make sure the department was complying with the regulations?
Yeah, I still feel it falls under the umbrella of internal affairs.
And just Exhibit 16, if you take a look at it real quick. Just to, what is this document? This is the memo, right?
Yes,
Can you describe what the point of that memo was?
It was just to fill them in since I couldn't investigate it. I thought I needed to give them a complete picture of what the allegations were, all the evidence or documents that I had and what I based my conclusion on.
And in this memo, do you describe all the audio and video that we just
That's
went
correct.
through? Okay. And did you reach a conclusion that this required further investigation?
Yes,
But you also reached the conclusion that you couldn't investigate it because it involved the chief?
that's correct.
And you also reached the conclusion that it needed to be reported to post, and that's why you did that?
Yes.
Take a look at exhibit 19. You want to pull out 18, that's gonna be next, so. It's gonna be 19 and then 18, so might as well give them both. And have you seen this document before?
I have.
Okay, what is it?
It's an email that I received from Octavian Spanner.
And just, again, Octavian Spanner he works for the mayor,
That's correct.
he's a senior advisor or something like that.
Yes.
And what's the date of this email?
It's February 9th, 2024.
Okay, so this was 2 days after you sent Spanner and others that memo we just talked
That's correct.
about? And what does Spanner do in this email?
He sent me a list of questions he wanted answered.
Gives you, there's 9 different issues he points out here,
Yes.
9 questions, however you want to phrase it. And at the very top, it lists the subject of the email. It says incident and allegations against acting Chief Castro.
That's correct.
Okay. But do any of these 9 questions actually address the direct issues of the incident or allegations involving Chief Castro?
No, and that's why I called him immediately when I got this email.
Did anything in these 9 questions actually ask what happened on that date?
No.
Did he ask you for any clarification on the allegations or why you believed it needed to be investigated?
No. Again, that's why I called him about the email.
Okay, what did he say?
He said he didn't write these questions.
You say you did?
No, he did not. I asked him if I did something wrong. I told him I felt like these questions were geared at me. Why did I report this? And he said he didn't write the questions, so just answer them the best I could.
Just so you know, just for the record, some of these questions, the first one's, he's asking you to provide all pursuit-related incidents and their dispositions for the past 5 years?
That's correct.
Okay, that's it's a bit of an undertaking for you.
So Blue Team, we introduced Blue Team maybe a year before this. Prior to this, there was no way we could track pursuits, and that's what I wrote in a follow-up email. You'd have to individually go through reports. It would just be a tremendous task.
Just in case I missed it, did you ask him who wrote the questions?
I did not, sir. Your Honor.
Is it fair to say that a lot of these questions were just questioning general practice of the department and bigger pictures? not the incident itself?
Yeah, again, I took it as they were questioning why I reported this incident. I felt I did something wrong.
Right, can you take a look at Exhibit 18?
Okay,
What is this document?
these are my responses to his questions.
Okay. And you wrote this memo on what day?
Same day.
Same day. Okay. And did you do your best to address all of his 9 questions?
Yes, in his email, he wanted it by the end of the day.
If you could down your response to number 8, which is the second to last page.
Okay.
You wrote, "To be clear, I have not investigated acting Chief Castro. I only sent a summary of the incident and the allegations and notified City Hall of the requirement of an investigation on this matter."
That's correct.
So on this, you still were, it was still your opinion that it wasn't, it needed to be investigated.
Yeah, I wanted to be clear with them, because again, this is not what they do. And it involved the chief of police, which is a unique situation. I could not investigate this, but it needed to be investigated by post guidelines. So I wanted to be very clear in everything I wrote. I was not investigating this because I could not.
And would it be problematic for almost anybody at the LPD to investigate the chief, right?
You're really not even supposed to investigate up, one rank up. So I shouldn't be investigating captains. There's no way I should be investigating a chief. I don't even have that authority. I can't order the chief to show up to an interview. I can't order the chief to provide documents. I can't do any of that.
Is this a situation where you would expect the city to hire an independent investigator?
Yes, and they have before, so I figured they would again.
Okay. But you didn't tell them to do that?
No, I made it abundantly clear they had to investigate it and I couldn't investigate it.
Look at exhibits 22. You seen this document before?
I have.
What is it?
It appears to be a review of the incident by Octavian Spanner.
Dated February 13th, 2024.
That's correct.
Did you see it on February 13th, 2024?
No, it was almost a year later when I became aware of this document.
But you've reviewed it since and you know what it says?
Yes,
Okay. And it's a memo from Spanner to Mayor DePena?
that's correct.
Okay. And who's copied on it?
William Castro.
And you were not sent a copy?
No,
Sergeant Simhard was not sent a copy
not that I'm aware of.
that you're aware of. He's not listed as being a recipient.
That's correct.
Okay. And the RE line, the subject line, can you read that for me?
It says Lieutenant Paul Rossi, Lawrence Police Department.
So it doesn't say allegations against Chief Castro. It says Lieutenant Paul Rossi.
That's correct.
It says here in the first paragraph, on there, Spanner wrote, on February 8th, 2024, you assigned me to review Lawrence Police Department, Lieutenant Rossi's report alleging violation of department policy by the Provisional Chief William Castro.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Sorry. The very first sentence there, it says, on February 8th, 2024, you assigned me to review Lawrence Police Department Lieutenant Paul Rossi's report alleging a violation of department policy by Provisional Chief William Castro. Did I read that correct?
That's correct.
But again, so at any, other than that email we just discussed, had you, and the phone call, did Spanner between February 7th and the 13th, had he spoken to you regarding the incident, the details? Okay, did he asked you about any of the information that you provided, the audio or anything like that?
No.
Did he ever explain, did he ever suggest that he was going to be investigating the allegations?
No.
Would you consider, as far as you know, is Octavian Spanner a police officer?
Not that I'm aware of.
He's not a member of the Lawrence Police Department, correct?
No.
Okay. As far as you're aware of, does he have any background in police investigations?
Not that I'm aware of.
So did you consider him to be an appropriate person to investigate this incident?
After reading this, no.
But the allegations also involved a crime, correct? Potentially.
Yes.
Falsifying a police report. So we'd want somebody with at least some background sufficient to investigate potential crime.
Yes.
But you also would need somebody, under the regulations, and logically, you would also need somebody who's impartial, correct?
That's correct.
Would you consider Octavian Spanner to be impartial?
From the language in this report, absolutely not.
Knowing what you know now, is it clear to you that he's not an impartial investigator?
Yes.
Wouldn't be one?
Correct.
Okay. And were you aware of the relationship between Mayor DePena and William Castro?
Yes.
You aware that he was the former chief of staff?
Yes.
Did you, would you see that as a potential conflict as well, with the mayor making the decision about his former chief of staff?
Yes.
In this memo from Spanner, does he spend any time criticizing Chief Castro?
Not that I noticed.
Does he criticize other people?
Yes, he does.
Does he criticize you?
Yes.
In fact, if you go to the conclusions section, which is, Castro redacted page 87. The last page.
I'd also like to point out that, again, his assertions are incorrect about who this should be reported to, and that's why I think it should have been investigated by someone that at least understands post.
Sure. So in the conclusion section, he writes, in the second sentence, he says, it seems to me that Chief Castro is being unfairly targeted and discredited in order to prevent him from becoming the permanent chief. You see that?
Yes.
Did you report these? Were you trying to discredit or target Chief Castro when you reported the incident?
Absolutely not.
As far as you know, was that the intent of anybody who was reporting what happened?
I can't speak for anyone. I can only say what I did.
Yeah.
It was a policy violation that obviously turned into more. It had to be reported. It wasn't easy for me. I knew backlash that was going to come with it, but I had to report it.
And the intent of anybody who reported this, would that have changed the facts of what happened?
No, it's on video.
And just for the record, prior to this, had you and Chief Castro had disagreements?
It's a complicated, so when we first started interacting, we had a good relationship. Unfortunately, it soured, and we did start progressing towards not having a good relationship.
And was the fact that you had a soured relationship, is that why you reported the incident?
I would have had to report it on anyone.
If any other officer had engaged in the exact same conduct as Chief Castro, would you have reported it? Or
Absolutely.
you would have investigated it?
Yes, unless it involved someone higher, I would have recommended, we had someone of the equal rank or outside come investigate it.
And you would report it to post?
That's correct.
And if you keep going into that second paragraph of his conclusions, there's a sentence that starts with during my. See
Yep.
that? Okay. He writes, during my questioning, none of the respondents were able to confirm if Chief Castro was given clear instructions by dispatch about the specifics of the crime. Did I read that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Is that true? Is the dispatch, well, let me take that back. You listened to the dispatch, correct?
yes,
Is it clear from the dispatch what the crime was?
yes, very clear.
Okay. And then I'm gonna go to the very last paragraph he writes. You see where it says lastly? The very last paragraph, that same?
Yes,
Okay. Lastly, had the information been provided to you accordingly, you could have worked with the city attorney coupled with an independent investigator to conduct a fair and impartial investigation of this matter. As previous cases were handled by the city of Lawrence. Did I read that correct?
yes.
Are you aware of any reason, anything that would have stopped them from hiring an independent investigator at that point?
That's what I was asking for.
Yeah.
That's all I was asking for.
And as he states here, they had hired independent investigators before, so.
That's correct.
Can you take a look at exhibits 25 and 26? Actually, if you can also give them exhibit 23. That's my choice. So 23, 25, and 26.
Thank you.
Actually, I'm gonna have you look at exhibit 23 first.
Okay.
Before we go there, the memo from Spanner, what date was that?
I believe it was,
You can take a look, you can exhibit 2022. Sorry, exhibit 22.
the one I just gave, I believe it was 2 days after. I don't have it with me anymore.
Are you looking for the Spanner email?
Yeah,
That's here.
Oh,
or not the email, the memo.
memo is 22.
Date was February 13th, 2024.
Great, thank you. And if you take a look at exhibit 23, what is this? You've seen this document before?
I have.
What is it?
It's an email. I wrote an email to Octavian Spanner in regards to an email I received from William Castro.
And so the email from William Castro is further down.
That's correct.
You keep scrolling down. And what was the date of the email from William Castro?
February 14th, 2024.
This is the day after Spanner's
That's correct.
memo that he was copied on.
Yes.
And in this email from William Castro, he says, "Good afternoon, Lieutenant Paul Rossi. Can you submit a list of all open and pending IA investigations and the expected completion date? Further, submit a list of all closed IA reports, including the outcome, findings, and post submissions. Make all research and submissions during normal working hours." Thank you. Did I read that correct?
Yes.
Did you find this email concerning?
Yes.
Why?
Well, several reasons. At the time, I wasn't aware of Octavian Spanner's review. I learned about that a year later. And so I was waiting for the city to hire an investigator. And the information he was asking would only be available to the chief of police. And I felt that was an issue because anyone else under investigation wouldn't be able to get access or even request this information while they were under investigation. So that's what I was asking Octavian Spanner for some guidance on this issue. I didn't want to be accused of insubordination, but I wanted some guidance on this.
Did you find the timing to be a bit odd too? The
Yes,
fact that you had submitted a complaint against him and now he's asking for all the open and pending IA investigations?
well, the biggest thing to me is what have I reported to post and what were the findings? And again, could aid him in or provide an unfair advantage that other officers wouldn't get, no other officer would get if they were under investigation.
And then you reported those concerns to Mr. Spanner?
That's correct.
Now if you could take a look at exhibit 26.
Okay.
You seen this document before?
I have.
What is it?
It's a memo from the mayor.
What's the date of it?
The date is February 20th, 2024.
You have the memo, right?
I do.
And did the mayor agree in this letter to hire an independent investigator?
He did not.
Did he agree to have an investigation opened?
He did not.
In fact, what he wrote is, "I have reviewed your report dated February 7th, 2024 concerning Chief William Castro. After a thorough review, including my review of reports together with information provided to me from other members of the Lawrence Police Department and my chief advisor, Octavian Spanner, and a conversation with Chief Castro, I have concluded there's insufficient evidence to move forward with this matter." Did I read that correct?
That's correct.
So was it your understanding based on that, there was going to be no investigation?
And the last line, that it was inappropriate to conduct an investigation. Yeah, yes,
And in fact, if you look at exhibit 25. Is this the email cover for that memo?
that's correct.
It's dated the same day.
That's correct.
Okay, and it's from Maria E. Tavares on behalf of the mayor.
That's correct.
So it's from the mayor's secretary,
I don't know if it was a secretary or chief of staff at the time. I'm not sure what her title was.
but it's signed by the mayor.
That's correct.
Okay. And it says, please see the attachment. That's in reference to the letter,
That's
correct?
correct.
Please note to notify post commissions of my findings, which is no investigation.
That's correct.
Okay. So the mayor had made quite clear that he did not believe there should be an investigation into the allegations against Chief Castro.
And to notify post of this.
But he did tell you to notify post.
Yes.
Okay. Did you notify post?
I did.
Did you also indicate your concerns with the fact that there was going to be no investigation?
Yeah.
Who did you notify at post?
I don't recall. At the time, I believe I was sending it to one of the post emails and then an individual at post. That's at the time, really the only person I knew at post.
If you look at exhibit 28.
This is exhibit 20. Exhibit 20 you want it? Or
28. Oh, 28. Oh. If you want, go ahead and pull exhibit 34. It's the last exhibit I have to see. Exhibit 28 in front of you? Okay, what is that document?
It's,
That the email we were just referring to?
yes, the email I sent to post.
Okay. And it's addressed to post reports?
That's correct.
Okay, that's as far as you know, that's a general box.
Yes.
And then Gina Joyce.
That's correct.
Okay, and you had spoken to Gina Joyce in prior matters before?
Yeah, in one particular matter, we were going back and forth with a previous chief and someone that was being hired, and we didn't really have a lot of answers, or post was new at the time, so she was the point person, so that's the email I have.
And that's why you emailed for your concerns, okay. And you write here in the body, you write, I have been told to submit this one-page letter regarding acting Chief Castro's incident to post. I cannot in good conscience upload this letter and close out the investigation. It does not appear any meaningful investigation or even the appearance of one was conducted. Did I read that correct?
That's correct.
Is that still your position?
I'm sorry?
Is that still your position today?
More so, yes.
And then you can take a look at Exhibit 34.
Okay.
Okay. And what is this document?
It's an email that I sent to Post with the forwarded email I've received from William Castro.
So at the top, it's actually, you emailed yourself, you forwarded this to yourself, an email, but then you look below and you see that it's an email to OC Reports and a few other people.
That's correct.
What's the date of that email?
March 14th, 2024.
Okay. And we see Gina Joyce listed here again.
Yes,
And she'd been your point of contact.
that's correct.
Post, okay. And who's James Rasso?
He is on the union. He's one of the union members.
Okay. And who's Michael Samard?
He's the president of our union.
Okay. And who's Maurice Aguilar?
He was on the union also.
Okay. And he's currently the chief?
He's currently the chief now, yes.
And then you wrote to them that you, I was told I can no longer communicate with Post regarding ongoing investigations of what I talk about with acting chief captain. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and what was that concern based upon?
The email he wrote me.
Okay, and is that's a little further below?
Yeah.
Okay. And there you're referring to his last full paragraph, last substantive paragraph, second sentence where he wrote, "You should not be discussing your ongoing IA investigations or identify any subjects of those investigations unless required to do so. You certainly should not be divulging the content of any communications between us regarding investigations with others, including Post in the future."
That's correct.
And why did you find that concerning?
Well, I just reported an incident that involved him. So if I can't report anything to Post, that means I couldn't report anything that he does or anything that he discloses to me or anything that I witness, which by reading the chapter and sections and the CMRs, I believe that was an illegal order.
Would it make your job difficult as an internal affairs investigator if you couldn't contact Post?
I don't know how I could do my job. I don't know how I could do it and follow the law.
Okay. Because at that point, up to this point, you were the point of contact with Post. You were the
Yes,
sole one.
but it also restricts me as an individual officer. If I see the chief commit a crime, I cannot report it. That's what he's telling me. Or if he discloses to me, hey, I'm doing this, he's saying I can't disclose that to Post, which we've had those conversations and I've reported that to Post.
And you're familiar with the Post reporting and Post regulations about reporting.
Yes.
Is there anything in those regulations that prevents you or any other individual officer from reporting a misconduct that they see?
Not that I'm aware of.
You don't need to be an IA to report it?
No, so, and I don't mean this as an insult. Police officers, this Post is new. Police officers are very afraid of getting on the wrong side of Post. So we would rather report stuff and have you send it back and say, we don't need to know this, than not report stuff and say we're withholding or hiding information. You have the power to suspend us and decertify us for the rest of our career.
But the fact that the regulations require certain individuals or the department to report it does not prevent you, never prevents you from notifying Post of the complaint yourself.
I don't believe so.
And this email was on the 14th of March,
That's correct.
correct? Did you later learn that Chief Castro was suspended about a week later?
Yes.
And who replaced him as the acting chief or provisional chief?
Sergeant Bonilla.
That's Felix Bonilla?
That's correct.
Okay. Did acting chief Bonilla limit your ability to report anything to post?
No,
And who was the chief before William Castro?
it was Acting Chief McCarthy, Captain McCarthy.
Had he ever limited your ability to speak to post?
No,
Who was the chief before that?
Chief Vask.
Did Chief Ask ever limited your ability to report anything to
No,
post?
he did not.
Okay, I think we'll take a morning recess. Let's take a 15-minute recess.
Morning, Mr. Rossi. I believe you testified you've been a police officer for about 25 years, is that correct?
Almost, yes.
Now, you testified about your experience as a lieutenant and as head of IA, correct?
That's correct.
Have you had state IA as well as FBI IA training in your past?
I have.
Have you ever, I don't recall hearing in your resume, have you ever been a detective?
I was a detective, a juvenile detective assigned to the schools,
And for how long was that?
almost half my career.
Now, before heading up IA, did you have any significant experience with investigations?
Yes, in the schools, I did hundreds of investigations.
So over the course of your career, how many investigations would you say as a ballpark you've performed?
Couple hundred.
Can you estimate, other than for that, for each of those investigations you did, would you say that for most of them you wrote reports about that investigation?
Yes,
Do you feel you're experienced in both investigation and report writing?
yes.
When you focus on your investigations and your reports, what do you have a guiding principle that you follow to try and help guide you in conducting your investigations and in writing the reports as a result of those investigations?
Could you,
Well, would you say you go with emotion or do you follow the facts as you see them?
I follow the evidence.
No. Do you make up any notion as to what the outcome of your investigation is going to be before you've completed that investigation? So you go through the investigation process, then collect that data based on the facts, then write your report.
Well, what I would do is I would collect all the data and then make a final conclusion when I'm done with the investigation.
Do you do that in a neutral, unbiased way, or do you have a preconceived notion when you're conducting an investigation based on preliminary data, what your outcome is going to be?
So if you're asking me again, if I have a preconceived notion or an outcome before I have a conclusion, I would say, no, I don't.
I believe you testified that what motivated you into filing reports with Post was that the law required you to do that.
Uncertain, yes, if it meets the criteria.
Well, in case of Mr. Castro, you
Yes,
indicated that you filed the report with Post because the law mandated or required that you file that report.
with post,
Correct.
yes.
In your investigations, do you always follow the law?
I try to adhere to the law and the policies, yes.
Well, do you intentionally break the law or do you follow the law?
As I said, I try to follow the law and the policies of the Lawrence Police Department.
Well, I'm not supposed just talking about policies and procedures. I'm talking just about law. Do you break the law in the process of your investigations or do you follow the law?
As I said, I try to follow the Lawrence Police Department policies and the law.
And as part of your IA responsibilities, you investigate all complaints, correct?
I don't investigate all complaints, no.
All complaints coming to the police department, you don't investigate them. What determines whether you will or will not investigate a
I
complaint?
personally don't. So we intake all the complaints, internal affairs. So all complaints go through internal affairs, and then it's decided whether it goes to the line level, whether we'll do it, or there's no investigation.
Okay, who makes that decision?
Myself or Sergeant Amano.
And when you say goes to the line level, what do you mean?
That would be the supervisor. So their direct supervisor, whether it be their lieutenant or their sergeant. So if it was something that was rudeness to the public, that's something that their supervisor would handle.
All right, so that would not fall under, it would come to IA because the complaint was raised by a citizen, but it would be screened out and go to the line officer to be dealt with by either sergeant, lieutenant, or captain.
Yes, and then we would monitor it and then we'd file it. We keep track of it.
Now, in those investigations that you feel IA needs to take, did you have a practice of consulting with the mayor before going forward with investigations?
Never.
Did you, when you were involved in the investigations of Chief Vass, correct?
Yes,
Did you consult with the mayor first?
I did not. What I did was I brought it to the mayor. I did not consult with him and ask him what to do. I brought it to the mayor and told him that I was also going to federal authorities.
And what about Morris Aguilar
I had no part of that.
and Fabian Guerrero
I had no part of that.
and Michael Mangan?
I had no part of that.
No, and Paul McMillan,
So you'd have to tell him which case.
case in Rhode Island,
Connecticut?
Connecticut, Rhode Island, yeah.
Okay, what was the question with that?
Did you discuss that with the mayor?
No,
before you investigated?
no,
Did you did IA investigate all of those 5 issues?
IA only investigated one of those issues,
Which one?
Paul McMillan.
Why didn't was IA aware of the Mangan case?
So which one?
The issue that now is before the courts in Boston?
Yes,
So why didn't I investigate it?
I made a recommendation because it was a higher rank and for transparency that an outside investigator should be hired.
Did you report that to Post
I did,
at the time?
yes,
And did you report McMillan to Post?
I did.
Did you report Guerrero's issues to Post?
Yes, I was ordered to.
And Aguilar
Yes, I was ordered to.
and Vask?
I was ordered to.
When you say ordered, who were those orders by?
William Castro.
No. When you were communicating with the mayor, was it in person or by email?
I've never really communicated with the mayor. I don't think he speaks English.
Well, you say you with their investigations, on several of those investigations, you brought them to the mayor.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay. Would you explain what you did with the investigations as far as informing the mayor? What did you do?
Which one?
Say Vask or McMillan?
So Vass, as I said, I brought it to their attention and that I was bringing it to federal law enforcement.
And how did you bring it to their attention? By an in-person meeting or email?
I don't remember how, it may have been, I got a phone number for William Castro. And then I think William Castro set up the meeting and the mayor, the city attorneys were in there, several people.
So that would be an in-person meeting.
Yes, for that, yep.
On any others, did you do in-person meetings or email with the mayor?
I didn't email the mayor and I didn't have in person, so no. The mayor is not in my chain of command.
Now, you testified about the February 2nd incident, correct?
That's correct.
And you also testified that you have no axe to grind against William Castro, correct?
Objection. I don't think those were his words.
Sounds good.
I don't think those,
Oh, did you testify to that?
I didn't say that.
Do you have a bias against William Castro?
I don't have a bias against him. I currently don't think very highly of him.
And is that related to the February 2nd incident?
No, it's related to several, like I said, when we first met, we had a decent relationship and it just deteriorated over time.
When you say you first met, when was that?
When I reported this, when we first started communicating regularly, I should say, not met, I'd met him before then, but when we started communicating, we had a good relationship. When I brought the former chief, the allegations against a former chief.
Do you recall sending an email in October of 23 to Post challenging Mr. Castro's credentials in law enforcement and whether he could be the acting chief of police because he was not properly certified or did not have the proper training?
I don't know what email you're referring to. If you could show it to me.
Well, all right. Commissioner Coach.
That second page. This isn't part of that document. This is an email. Okay.
Commissioner Coach.
You may.
Does that refresh your memory, Lieutenant Rossi?
Yes, I wrote this email.
Now, William Castro was appointed acting chief of police October 20th of 23, correct?
I don't know the exact date.
Well, this email was dated October 23rd,
Okay.
3 days later. So right at the time he was becoming acting chief of police, you're challenging his credentials to be in law enforcement and sending that directly to post.
Okay, I wasn't challenging it. I was notifying posts, which I'm required to do anytime we have a head of an agency and letting them know the limited information that I had about the new person that was going to lead our agency. We're required to notify posts anytime we have a change of a head of agency.
Did you bother to see whether he had passed the Bridge Academy?
Again, I don't have access to that. I can't do that. I notified post. And nowhere in there do I make any allegations against him. I just state the facts. This is what we know. This is all I know. Here you go. I make no opinion on there.
But you sent this to post 3 days after he got his initial assignment.
As I was required to do.
No. February 2nd of 24, there was an incident in Lawrence, correct? Do you know where Chief Castro was on that morning?
Not.
Do you know where he was later on that morning?
I do not.
Well, you saw videos of him, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you knew later on he was involved in an automobile pursuit or following of a suspect car, correct?
You're giving me abstract, you're not giving me times. You're just saying early, later on, so I don't know when you're talking about.
So prior to the initiation of this pursuit, and we'll play the video of that in a moment, you don't know where he was?
I do not.
Do you know where he was while this pursuit was going on?
Only from what I've seen from the video.
And what do you recall seeing from the video?
That he drove up on a sidewalk and chased a vehicle into the oncoming traffic.
His Tahoe Cruiser?
I do not know that.
So do you know whether he had a radio on at the initiation of that dispatch call?
All police officers are required to carry a radio and have them on when they're working.
Do you know where he was and when he got into his cruiser, at what moment in time he turned his radio on? Do you know that?
I do not know that.
So you have no knowledge at all what he heard?
I do not.
So when you say that it's clear that the dispatcher made comments about a fake check, you don't know whether Chief Castro heard that information or not?
That's correct, and I didn't write that. I wrote it's clear what dispatch said, and it's clear from listening to the audio what they said.
Correct, but what I'm asking is you don't know that Chief Castro heard any of that part of the call, do you?
I don't, and that's why I didn't write that.
And that would, if Chief Castro had not heard that, you looked at his report. We'll go over that in a moment.
Okay.
In his report, you indicate his report, when you testified, you said it was problematic.
Yes.
Then you questioned his truthfulness.
I said it needed to be investigated. There was enough there that it needed to be investigated.
But do you have factual proof that he lied in his report?
I don't, and that's why I didn't say that.
So as you sit here today, you're not saying you know that Chief Castro lied?
Based on the reports I've seen then, I can make an opinion. If you're asking my opinion, I can make an opinion.
I'm asking you about his report, not what your opinion is.
From the report, there's enough there that it needs to be investigated.
But can you say, as you sit here, as a fact, you know for a fact he lied?
No, I can't say that.
Can we play the tape of the chase, please? I believe that is,
You want the dispatch?
I want to have the video first, and
Videos.
then we'll do the dispatch.
Six.
I believe it's 6. And I believe it's 0031.
Thank you.
All right, now this is the initiation of the chase, correct? I'd like you to look at that, this portion of it. Would you play the entire video of this clip? Now, would you replay it up to the point where Chief Castro's car goes by? And Lieutenant Rossi, if you would look at that video carefully. There's a suspect car, correct?
Yes,
And there's Castro's car.
that's correct.
How many pedestrians are on the sidewalk on this side of the street?
I saw one a few seconds prior to the Mercedes taking off.
Would you play the tape again, please, from the beginning? Can you point out that pedestrian?
Yeah, if you want to back it up to the beginning. Right there.
On the other side of the street?
No, it's the same side of the street, right here.
That is in the parking lot.
Yeah, that's where they were. That's in
They were on the sidewalk outside the parking lot. I said on the sidewalk.
He's walking from the direction from the sidewalk.
Would you play the tape again? From the beginning. If you're talking about the person in the black clothing?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach the screen? Would you play the tape again from the beginning, please? You're talking about this person here.
That's correct.
Now, the sidewalk is out here, correct?
Yes, a few feet away.
Well, she's many feet away. If she's about 5 feet, she's many feet from this sidewalk here. Like, is that not correct?
No, I don't even understand what you're asking.
Play the tape from the beginning, please. I'm asking you to focus on the street.
I get that.
Here she is here, right? There are the cars.
Yep.
She is way in the parking lot. She's nowhere near the sidewalk, Lieutenant Rossi.
At one point,
I'm asking you at the time of the chase, of the pursuit, who is on the sidewalk? She is way into the parking lot, sir.
Counselor, can I answer the question you asked? You're asking me questions, then you're not letting
It's a
me.
number. How many pedestrians are on the sidewalk? That's all I'm
At the
asking.
exact time the Mercedes drives,
At the time, the two cars, the suspect and Chief Castro passed by here, how many pedestrians are on this sidewalk right here?
when they pass, there's no one on the sidewalk, but a few
How
seconds
many?
before
I'm
that.
not asking you about a few seconds, sir. I asked you a specific question. On the opposite sidewalk, how many pedestrians when the cars
I
pass
do
are on
not
the?
see any on the opposite sidewalk.
You testified this was a highly dangerous chase because of pedestrians in the way. There's not one pedestrian involved on either side of the sidewalk when that pursuit took place, correct?
I did not testify to that.
We'll look at your testimony afterwards, but you look at the video now. There are no pedestrians on either side of the sidewalk at the time those cars go by, correct?
At the exact time they went by, there's no pedestrians on the sidewalk.
Did Chief Castro hit any objects?
I'm not aware.
You look from the video. Do you see any impact?
I don't know if he hit the snowbank. I don't know. I don't know
Well-
if he hit parts of the sidewalk. I don't know that.
Are you aware
I just
whether
said,
that cruiser had any damage?
I
As
did not
part of
look,
the investigation.
I did not look at the cruiser.
Okay, so you have no knowledge of any damage to the cruiser at all?
I have no knowledge. I didn't do an investigation in this.
Well, you say you didn't do an investigation. I've heard that testimony several times. Did you look at the videos?
I did.
Did you listen to the audio?
I did.
Aren't they all part of investigating?
Or reviewing. Yes, I had to provide City Hall
Do
with
you-
all the data.
Do you cut the mustard to distinguish reviewing and investigating, Lieutenant?
Is that a question?
Yes, it's a question.
I don't understand. You're gonna have to rephrase it.
You say you didn't investigate, but you listened to the audio.
Yes,
You looked at the video, you read the reports, and you don't call any of that investigating?
no, I didn't interview anyone.
So you said earlier, when you do investigations, you do an investigation, then submit a report. Yet you submitted reports with no investigation? Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying.
Can we have the second video, please? The one that involves the Central Bridge, I believe that's 3-2. Now, that video, is that a city camera, the first one that we just looked at?
No, that's not. It's a business camera.
How was that obtained?
I believe Officer Smart got it from the businesses.
Did he have a warrant for it?
I believe he went to the business, but you'd have to ask him how he got it.
No. Do you know how many cruisers were involved in this pursuit?
As I said earlier, 3 to 4 possibly.
What was the discipline to the 4 cruisers other than Chief Castro?
I believe only one other officer. I didn't handle that.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You're head of IA.
Yep.
4 officers, according to you, would have been involved in this pursuit in addition to Chief Castro.
I didn't say that. We're somehow either trying to catch up or there was 2 officers, William Castro, and there was another officer that were directly involved chasing the vehicle on the wrong side of the road. The other vehicles, in my determination, were trying to catch up to it. But again, I wasn't investigating this. I documented who the cruisers were, and we went from there
Why weren't you investigating that?
because it involved the chief of police, and I didn't think I had the authority.
I'm talking about the officers, not Chief Castro.
You can't separate the incident.
Why
I
not?
can't, because it involves the chief of police. So if I found the officers violated policy, but did it because they were following the chief of police, I can't do that. So you need to make a determination, did the chief break policy? And then you'd go from there. If the chief broke the policy, did the officers break it? And why did they break it? Did they break it mitigating factors because they saw the chief of police doing it? That's something that needs to be determined. You can't separate these into 2 investigations.
Did you report all those 4 officers to post?
I did. I reported it. I reported the report, my report
No.
that indicated what I witnessed. I reported the officer that I believed was driving down the wrong side of the road and endangered the public. I put that all in the report.
Right. And you reported all of those officers to post. Do you know what the outcome was for those 4 officers?
Objection.
Grounds?
Well, I'm not sure he has a knowledge base anyways, but we're talking about confidential investigations into other individuals. That's it.
It's based on the confidentiality.
Well, he either has knowledge or he has no knowledge.
Well, I would say he could possibly have knowledge as a director of IA, which would still mean it's confidential. There's a limited number of people who would get that information. I don't know if he would have it, but this is.
Well, let me ask the
public
question a little
information
differently.
about the other
Well,
individuals.
He's going to rephrase the question, having that in mind.
Were any of those 4 officers, to your knowledge, summarily suspended by post?
Not that I'm aware of.
No. Can we play the second video, please? You see the suspect car and Chief Castro's car?
I see the suspect. I see William Castro's car, and other officers.
And Chief Castro's car is way behind the suspect, correct?
At that point, yes,
And here's a second marked cruiser.
that's correct.
Do either one of those, now, you say this is heavy traffic. Here's a third cruiser, correct?
Moderate to heavy, yes.
Do those officers' cruisers, do any of those three marked cruisers get involved into any accident at all in this video clip on the bridge?
No,
Did Chief Castro's cruiser get involved in any accident on that part of the video on the bridge?
no,
So he was in control of his car such that he could drive that car without impacting anyone else. His vehicle impacted nothing, not a stationary object, not another car.
his vehicle did not impact anything.
Can we play the audio, please? And to go through it first, we'll go through the entire audio, if you would. Thank you.
You're talking about the dispatcher?
The dispatch audio, yes. Apologies.
Exhibit 5.
It's Exhibit 5, I believe. No, just asking you while they're getting the audios.
1 second, I'm just getting.
Yeah,
Move them.
could you guys just click the
Yeah.
button on your microphones? Just, we're gonna try to avoid the echo.
On the two video clips that we showed, those are the ones that Mr. Hartnett showed earlier, correct?
Yes.
Are any of those cars, other than for the initial video clip where they go from the sidewalk over to the other side, are any of those cruisers going down one-way streets?
Yes, one of them was.
Which one?
He was in the back. I don't think they showed him in that video going, he was way in the back. He was the last cruiser over the bridge.
But that was not shown on this, on those video clips.
No.
A male with a green. 21, 29, a male with a green hoodie trying to pass a bad check at the credit union, 14 Amesbury Street. 21, 29, or if anybody else close up. So it was a fake check, he's walking down McEwen Street with a green hoodie.
Stop the audio for a moment. How much audio is playing, do you know?
Excuse me.
Pardon me?
What's your question?
How much of the audio, how much time of audio is played?
Half of it.
Half of it. Do you know how much the time is? Does it say on the audio?
McEwen Street.
26 seconds.
26 seconds. No. If Chief Castro had turned his radio on at the 26-second mark, he would have heard nothing. We're going to play the rest of the audio about a fake check. Play the rest of the audio, please.
Is that a question?
I'm asking you to listen for that issue, and I'll be asking the question in a moment.
Dark-skinned male, all green on McEwen Street. Okay, he just took off the hoodie.
At the entirety of the video.
Yes.
Now, you testify that it's problematic whether Chief Castro is or is not truthful. But as you sit here today, you don't know when his radio turned on or what he heard, do you?
No,
And you weren't in the cruiser with him to hear whatever he heard at the time.
I was not.
So you don't know that in his report, he made a false statement.
Without absolute, no, I don't. but-
Okay, that's all I'm asking you.
Problematic, as I said.
Problematic and false statement and lying are not the same, Mr. Lieutenant Rossi. Motor vehicle pursuits, Exhibit 31. Would you give Lieutenant Rossi 31, please? Do you know for a fact whether Chief Castro had signed off the pursuit policy, the motor vehicle pursuit policy, policy 1.04, it's Exhibit 31? Now, are you familiar with when officers are hired in the department, patrolmen?
Yes.
Are they given a variety of policies and procedures that they have to electronically sign off and say, I have read and reviewed this? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And if they haven't signed it, then they wouldn't necessarily know the content of that policy and procedure. And the purpose of having them sign off is to make sure you have a uniform familiarity of your patrolman with policy and procedure, correct?
Yes.
You don't know whether Chief Castro had ever seen this policy and procedure before the day of the pursuit on February 2nd, do you?
I don't. He's the chief of police. I would hope.
You don't have knowledge. Your testimony, Lieutenant Rossi, I asked you whether you're biased or not. You don't answer questions yes or no. You keep extrapolating.
Sustain, ask questions.
They're yes or no questions. Do you know for a fact whether Chief Castro had ever seen this motor vehicle pursuit policy before February 2nd of
Do not.
24? Okay. Now let's turn to Exhibit 31. Do you have that?
I do.
This is the motor vehicle pursuit policy, correct?
Yes,
Have you signed off on it?
I have.
Are you familiar with it?
I do.
Now, it says in Roman numeral 2, general considerations and guidelines. Correct?
Yes.
Now, look at the first paragraph. It says as a general policy, correct?
Yes.
And it says that police officers have a responsibility to identify perpetrators of criminal acts and to apply whatever means are lawful, reasonable, and appropriate to effect their apprehension, correct?
Yes.
And their appearance before a court of law. And the means of apprehension may include the pursuit of a suspect in a motor vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Now, that's the policy under general considerations, right?
That's part of it.
Well, that's the first paragraph, correct?
Of many pages. Yes.
But that is, again, officer, I'm Lieutenant Rossi. I'm asking you yes or no questions, and you keep adding additional information. I'm not asking you.
Sir, you're asking me questions that not every question can be answered yes or no. You're asking me if that's the policy. I'm saying it's part of the policy. You may not like my response.
I am
but
asking
that is
you
the answer.
if that is in the motor vehicle pursuit policy of the city of Lawrence. That's all I'm asking you.
It's not what you asked me. You said, is that?
Then I'll rephrase my question.
Thank you.
Does the policy for motor vehicle pursuits under general considerations say, as a general policy, police officers have a responsibility to identify perpetrators of criminal acts and to apply whatever means are lawful, reasonable, and appropriate to effectuate their apprehension and appearance before a court of law. Sometimes the means of apprehension may include the pursuit of a suspect in a motor vehicle. Is that written in the motor vehicle pursuit
It
policy?
is in the policy.
Thank you. No. It goes further to say vehicle pursuits are often hazardous, correct?
It does say.
And it says in the third paragraph, it has to be balanced. The public good and the need for apprehension have to be balanced, correct?
Yes.
And it says that pursuits don't automatically occur when they activate their emergency warning lights. So activating emergency warning light doesn't necessarily mean there's a pursuit going on, correct?
That's correct. It gets in, we have a policy where it gets into what.
We'll go on to the policy, Lieutenant. I'm just asking you simple yes or no questions. Because a motorist, when the officer activates his lights, may not see the lights. He may be distracted, he may be watching the traffic ahead of him, may not try to have a rear-end collision. He doesn't see the lights. So that's not a pursuit, even if there's a distance involved where the officer is following that car, correct?
Yes.
No. Look at the second page, Castro redacted 122. At the top of the page, the second full paragraph. Since numerous unique situations arise in law enforcement, it is impossible for this policy to anticipate all possible vehicular pursuit circumstances. Therefore, in unusual situations, an officer should use common sense and consult with the supervisor whenever possible, correct?
That's what it says.
It says use common sense. All right, now, further down Roman numeral 3. The policy is to limit pursuits, correct? It says the policy of this department shall be to limit the use of a continued vehicular pursuit, correct?
Yes,
Doesn't say initiated, it says continued, correct?
yes,
And it talks about a violent crime involving use of force and or possession of firearm in an unlawful manner, correct? Now, it says to limit. It doesn't say it may not be continued if these things are absent. It says the policy is to limit to, doesn't say you may not, correct? It says to limit.
so again, this is not a yes or no question,
Well, does the policy say the
Yes.
policy of the department shall be to limit?
but you just said you're adding stuff to it and it does get into what you can chase.
We're going to go further down.
So I
we're going-
can't answer yes or no to that.
But it says limit. It doesn't say you may not unless those 1 and 2 are there.
It says limit.
Correct. Now, it says further down, the intention of this policy is to limit the use of continued pursuits to the most serious of circumstances, correct?
That's correct.
Continued pursuit is clearly inappropriate and not be authorized when the pursuit itself has a higher potential for serious injury or loss of life than does the threat posed by the escape of the suspect, correct?
That's correct.
Says it won't be authorized.
That's correct.
No. Who, according to this policy, is responsible for stopping a pursuit?
It would be the OIC once he's notified.
Who is the OIC?
Lieutenant Trump.
Now, you just said all officers, a few minutes ago, all officers are required to carry a radio.
Yes,
Was Lieutenant Trombley carrying his radio on February 2nd of 24?
I do not know.
To your knowledge, did Lieutenant Trombley get on the audio, and call off the pursuit?
I did not hear that.
Is there any responsibility for the patrol supervisor?
Only per policy, only once he's notified of the pursuit.
Who was the patrol supervisor that day?
So OIC or road?
Patrol supervisor,
Road supervisor?
patrol supervisor.
Well,
That's
That's two. So you need to clarify. There's two supervisors, patrol supervisors that day.
was Sergeant Samard, the road patrol supervisor that day.
That's what I asked you. Yes, he was the road patrol supervisor.
Now, he has a role when he's notified to call off the pursuit if he feels the danger exceeds the benefit, correct?
No, the burden falls on the OIC once he's notified. Any supervisor, any officer can call off their own pursuit if they want.
That is correct. An officer will not be punished according to the policy
Correct.
for stopping a pursuit. But doesn't Sergeant Samard have authority as patrol supervisor to stop the pursuit if he feels it's inappropriate?
If he felt it was inappropriate, he does have the authority.
Do you know if he had his radio on that
I
day?
do not.
Is he heard on the audio calling a stop to the pursuit?
I did not hear that.
So nobody authorized or didn't authorize, no one communicated at all, not the OIC, not the road patrol supervisor, anything about this pursuit, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
And you don't know whether Lieutenant Trombley followed what you just said was a mandatory requirement to carry a radio with him at all times when he's on duty, correct?
I don't know.
And you don't know if Sergeant Samard has radio on, which would be required when he's on duty.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, turn to section Roman numeral 4. Guidelines. This is the city of Lawrence's policy for motor vehicle pursuits, correct?
Yes,
This is the official policy, correct?
yes.
It says there, each officer must use his, her discretion along with the guidelines supplied in this policy and procedure in determining whether or not to commence the pursuit and how to conduct the pursuit once one has been initiated. The policy commands the officers to use discretion, correct?
Along with the policy, yes.
Well, did I read that wrong?
No, that's what I'm saying. You read
He's
the law
commanded
policy.
to use discretion along with the
It's
guidelines.
applied in this policy, yes.
Correct. And then there are a list of factors to be considered. Time of day, volume of traffic, location pursuit, weather, road, speeds, nature of charges, volume, capabilities, quality of radio transmissions, correct? Would you play the second video, please? The one crossing the bridge. Well, play the first one and then the second one. My apologies.
He's doing it,
My apologies.
just so you know who's
Thank you.
controlling that.
My apologies, Ron. The first and then the second, if you could. No, you testified that the Chief Castro's car was going at a high rate of speed.
Yes, from the video it appeared he was going a high rate of speed.
We're gonna look at the video.
Okay.
You may have your opinion, but we'll look at the video itself. Because you weren't on the street that day, correct?
Objection.
Yeah, sustained. Mr. Jacobs,
Yes,
you've been doing this for a long time. Just, you'll have time to do a closing argument later.
understood, Your Honor.
You want to play the second video?
Which one do you have? I was gonna play first and then second.
Oh, first, I'm sorry,
And-
first one.
Exhibit 5.
Six.
Six.
And then 0031.
Play it again, please. Push approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, I want you to look at these cars on the road, the ones other than Chief Castro and the pursuing car. So there's a pedestrian, a driver, civilian coming down. There's another car. So here, the suspect, here's the other car. They're about tandem. He crosses in front. And then the chief goes over. No cars involved here when he crosses over that road at all, correct?
What do you mean, no cause?
Well, the suspect crossed in, that driver pulled over to the side. Chief Castro came in. He didn't cause any driver to stop or change direction at all.
I can't see what's before the bridge. so-
Well, I'm looking at what's on the
I mean,
video.
what's before the building. Yeah, I can't see if a vehicle was coming the other way and jammed the brakes on. it.
Just asking you what you see on the video.
And that's what I'm telling you. I can't see that. I don't know.
From what you can see is what I'm asking you,
From
what is
what I can
on the
see,
video that was portrayed this morning.
I can't see any vehicles coming that he's blocking or impeded their flow of traffic.
Okay, second video, please. Now, point out the suspect car, if you would, Lieutenant Rossi.
Just entered the bottom of the screen, going southbound.
Those cars. That's Chief Castro's car, and then the cruisers, correct?
Yes,
On this video that was shown earlier, is Chief Castro strike any car or any stationary object when he's following suspect?
as I said earlier, you asked the same question. No, I don't see him strike anything.
And you call this a high rate of speed, correct?
As he was going over the bridge, yes, I believe that's a high rate of speed.
No, going back to the pursuit policy, 31. You look at Castro redacted 125. B4, the officer in charge of sole supervisor may determine that continuation would endanger the public. Neither the OIC, Lieutenant Trombley, or Sergeant Simard, the road patrol supervisor, weighed in on the audio to provide any direction to any of the four cruisers or to Chief Castro regarding this, correct?
As I said several times, no, I didn't hear it.
And on that audio, this audio only lasted on the dispatch audio, a very short period of time, correct? The entire pursuit was very limited in time.
Yes.
And in that pursuit, there was minimal radio communication, correct?
I don't recall. I'd have to hear the radio
Play
communication.
the
again.
dispatch audio, please.
That's not the pursuit. That was just the initial call. That's one of several dispatch calls that were out there. There's numerous audios of dispatch going back and forth. It's a lot longer than that 46 seconds.
Do you have all of the dispatch calls lined up? Can we play them in sequence? Put the first two up. I think we can.
The first two, yeah, the first two are the person.
Now, while that's being done, do you know how long an officer has to sign off a new patrolman on the policies and procedures?
I don't.
If I told you 6 months, would that refresh your memory at all?
No. I don't handle policies and procedures on issuing them to officers.
Are you aware how long Provincial Chief Castro had been acting chief at the time of this incident on February 2nd of 24?
I don't. Maybe a few months. I don't know.
No more than 3 months, little over 3 months. He was assigned in October, and then in November, December, January, and February 2nd, the incident occurred. No. Before you play that, that's one question. That all officers involved. The officers involved, you said all of them, based on the dispatch, it was crystal clear, everybody knew it was a fake check.
I didn't say that.
Right? Well, tell me what your comment is about the audio that's twice, you were asked by Attorney Hartnett several times, the audio twice says fake check, bad check. That, in your opinion, it was clear that it was for a bad check.
Yes.
And that all the officers would have heard that because the officers who are on patrol in the different sectors, some of whom are the four that responded, correct?
What's the question? I don't understand what the question.
Those officers should have, who are in their cruisers, should have their radios on, correct?
Yes.
So they should be hearing all the dispatch calls because they have mounted radios on that are on when they're in their cruisers.
They should at least hear a call going out, parts of it. If they miss it, they should ask for clarification.
Did anyone ask for clarification when you've reviewed these audios?
No, I didn't hear anyone ask for clarification.
So all these four officers would have known because they had mounted radios, it was a fake check, correct?
I don't know what they knew. I can only repeat what was in the reports.
Well, I think your testimony was that all of their reports, you looked at their reports and they said fake check, report after report, Trombley, Smart, they all talked about it being a fake check or a bank fraud or whatever, correct?
I don't know if Trombley said that. I don't know. I don't recall.
Well, we'll get to that a little later. But most of those reports, you commented repeatedly how the reports all indicated fake check.
Yes, I read what they wrote in their report.
Why then are they going into a pursuit if they know it's just for a fake check?
I guess that's something you'd have to ask them.
But you didn't investigate that.
I did not investigate.
But they are not superior to you, 2 ranks above you. They are inferior to you in rank.
That's correct.
The audience, please. 1 and 2. While they're doing that, is it all right if I ask some questions? Your Honor?
Is it on? You can ask.
Okay. Pardon me? I may.
Yes.
Are there policies and procedures regarding communications outside the department?
As far as what you have to be getting specific.
Well, police reports, aren't they confidential?
No, most of the police reports are not. It's a public record, most of it. Some reports, whether it's domestic or rapes, they would not.
Investigations, are they confidential?
Investigations, they would not be public.
They would be confidential. Right. Is there a policy that Lawrence has regarding members of the police department or other members of city government communicating with outside sources without first going through the chain to the mayor's office? Is there a policy on outside communication?
Going through the mayor's office, not that I'm aware.
What about going through the chain of command?
We do have chain of command. We have policies on that.
So is it expected that communications will flow through that chain of command
Yes.
before going to outside sources?
Well, it depends. I can't say yes or no on that. That's not a yes or no answer.
Okay. No. You communicated with the mayor's office, correct?
That's correct.
And you said you can't investigate even though you did a review of the audio, review of the videos, and reviewed all the reports involved. You can't investigate Chief Castro.
That's correct.
So you thought something needed to be done. Whose decision is that?
At that point, because it involved the chief of police, it would be up to post because they're required, and mayors, it would be up to
Within the
mayors
city, whose decision would that be?
to hire an investigator.
Well, no, to make a decision whether or not to hire an investigator, what to do with your report. Who does that fall to?
It would be up to the mayor whether or not to hire an investigator, but by law, they had to investigate it.
I understand. But does that fall to Chief Castro to do or to the mayor of the city to do?
It would be the mayor at that point.
The mayor. So the mayor, do you know that the mayor directed Octavian Spanner to make an investigation?
I only know that he told me in an email that it didn't need to be investigated. He wasn't investigated and notified post. That's all I know.
Well, we'd have to ask him whether he meant further investigated or outside investigated, but Octavian Spanner communicated with you, correct?
Not that he was investigating this, no.
Well, he communicated with you is what I said
He sent me a list.
about this issue.
He sent me a list of questions and I called him and asked him if I did something wrong and he said he didn't write the question. So if that's communicating, then sure, we communicated.
And the mayor communicated with you.
No, I never spoke to the mayor.
The mayor, through email, through his secretary, communicated with you, correct?
And said there would be no investigation.
He sent you a letter
Yes,
and then an email and then an accompanying attachment letter.
saying yes,
And he ordered that to be sent to post.
yes.
Did you upload that attachment to post?
No, I sent it to post as I was ordered to.
You sent his email and his attachment letter to post.
That's correct. That's what I was ordered to do.
Well, you said in your email to Gina Joyce that you weren't going to upload.
I didn't email it to Gina Joyce. I CC'd her. I emailed it to post directly.
In that email, though, you said you couldn't in good conscience upload what the mayor ordered you to send to post.
Yes, because then it would have been closed out by Paul Rossi, and that meant the investigation. We followed all the policies and we did not do that. So I didn't want my name associated with it. So I said, here, this is what I was ordered to give you. Here you go. Can I finish, counsel? You asked me a question, I'm telling you. So I sent them what I was ordered to give. I said, here you go. They said they did an investigation. I can in good conscience upload this and close this out because then it'll be associated with Paul Rossi, close this out. I'm putting my name on that and we didn't do an investigation. So that's why I wrote that.
I'm confused, Lieutenant, so try to bear with me and help me to understand. Did you or did you not upload? You said I thought you just said to me, you uploaded the email and the attachment to post.
No, I said I sent the email and the attachment like I was ordered to do. And I notified post I would not upload it because then you have to close out the investigation and it would say Paul Rossi closed this investigation.
Then please define what you mean by upload.
They have a portal, post has a portal. And when it's a newer portal, and when we upload stuff, it says who uploaded it. And then we have to give the status when I close it out. So I'll put Paul Rossi and then they're gonna wanna know disposition. Attach, you have to say, you have to attach the final report. And it says, you need to attach the final report. There was no report, so I couldn't do any of that. So that's why I notified post. I don't have administrative abilities to close it out without following those procedures. So that's why I told post, listen, this is what they want me to do. Here you go. This is what I was ordered to do. However, I don't think they did any meaningful investigation, so you can close it out. I can't close it out.
Well, number one, how do you close out something that you never started? You never began an investigation. You said in your emails, I can't investigate Chief Castro.
Just because I didn't investigate it, so when we do line level, we have to submit it. Sometimes you have to submit it to post. I didn't do the investigation. The line level officers don't. Post only has certain, you can only get certain licenses, X amount per the number of officers in the department. So we're under 200. I believe we have 3 or 4 licenses. So only those 3 or 4 people can upload stuff into post, no one else. So when someone does an investigation, they will send it to myself or Sergeant Amano, and then we will upload all the documents. We will give the report, give the findings, give the disposition, and we will close it out. That's how we do it.
But you did send the mayor's email
Yes.
and his attachment letter.
Yes.
And it is correct that the decision of whether to do further investigation or not fell with the mayor of the city of Lawrence.
The final? No, it's not. I disagree with that assertion.
Well, Post can do whatever investigation Post wants to do, correct?
That's correct.
As far as the city of Lawrence is concerned, the decision would rest with the mayor of the city of Lawrence.
As far as the city of Lawrence, but not the Lawrence Police Department. That's where you're misunderstanding. So where the Lawrence Police Department, if you go on Mass General Law, it has the definitions of what we are. We're a law enforcement agency. The mayor's office is the appointing agency, appointing authority. They have no requirement to submit stuff to Post. If they want to, they can submit whatever they want, but they're under no obligation. The police department is under the obligation legally.
I'm not
We have-
talking about the submission of information.
You're trying to separate the Lawrence Police Department and the city of Lawrence. So the city of Lawrence, the mayor's office has no obligation. The Lawrence Police Department does have an obligation to submit the stuff and close it out properly.
That's
We do.
fine, that's fine. And you sent it to post.
Yes.
And any decision whether to go further, hire anyone, would rest with the mayor of the city of Lawrence.
On the city's behalf, yes. That would be up to the city.
He's
yes.
also head of agency.
He's not head of the law enforcement agency. He is not. Go on the Massachusetts general law, under post, under the guidelines. He is not head of the agency.
So your testimony
Chief
is,
of Police is the head of the agency.
so your testimony is that the mayor of the city of Lawrence is not head of agency,
Is not head of the law enforcement agency. He is not.
even though he is the appointing authority and has hiring and firing.
Yes, he's the appointing authority. He's the head of the agency's boss, but he's not head of the agency. He cannot come in and give an order to any police officer, do any police function. He cannot do that.
There's a difference between being a head of an agency and giving a police law enforcement order.
Not by the definition on Mass General Law.
Do we have the? Thank you.
Hoodie. 21, 20. Hoodie. 21, 29, a male with a green hoodie trying to pass a bad check at the credit union, 14 Amesbury Street. 21, 29, or if anybody else closer. Walking.
21, please.
It was a fake check. He's walking down Methuen Street with a green hoodie. Anybody close to Methuen Street? Dark-skinned male, all green on Methuen Street. Okay, he just took off the hoodie.
And the second one, please.
Walking towards Hampshire Street. Walking towards Hampshire Street. He's in the parking lot now, behind TD. Should be. Dark-skinned male had a green hoodie. Walking towards Canal Street now.
I'll be going off the credit union.
Okay, why don't you head to Canal Street? That's where the guy's walking.
Jerry, you got me. I have an overdose. Broadway now, I'm coming.
Okay, we'll send an ambulance, Broadway and Common for an overdose. We got it?
Could you play the third as well if you have it? Thank you.
47. 479 is approaching Canal Street. By where, Gary?
Right here. Go on this car. Go on this car right here.
Okay. 479 location, please.
Hey, there's a car taking off. It's out. Black Mercedes Benz on the middle bridge with North Carolina plates. 4 doors.
Okay, a black Mercedes with North Carolina plates heading on the Central Bridge.
Coming up to Merrimack.
Approaching Merrimack, 411's behind him.
They're bailing out South Canal under the bridge where the home is. Two males, black. One has a green sweatshirt with number 7 behind it.
411, call it out.
One just went under the bridge by the homeless. The other one is by the Simpsons brothers.
Did you hear when Chief Castro came in onto the audio?
I did.
Okay. Which of the three audios was it?
It was the last one.
The last one. Did you hear Lieutenant Trombley come in at any point in time?
I did not.
Did you hear Sergeant Samard, the street patrol supervisor, come in at any point in time?
I did not.
Now, that was obviously Yancey doing the dispatch,
That's
correct?
correct.
And he didn't make any comment after that initial 26 seconds or so on the first audio and say, this is just a bad check, guys. This is not anything bank robbery or anything. He didn't say anything about the incident. He just dispatched information.
Repeat the question. I'm not following. The first audio?
The first audio talks in two instances. In the first audio, talks about bad check or fake check.
Yes.
2 times, very early part.
Yep.
After that, there's no further instruction by dispatch. This is just for a fake check. Why are we doing a pursuit? It's a fake check. There's nothing from Lieutenant Trombley and there's nothing from Sergeant Samard saying, guys, this is just a fake check that doesn't need a pursuit. And we have 4 or 5 cruisers, 4 cruisers and the chief involved, and there's no further communication from the OIC. And you don't know even if he had his radio on, nothing from the street patrol supervisor. You don't know if he had his radio on. And then there's communication where Provisional Chief Castro is giving information and descriptions and locations, correct?
Yes.
But no communication saying to him, Chief, it's just a bad check. Nothing was on that audio, correct?
I did not hear that. No.
And you've listened to the other audios.
That's correct.
And there's nothing on those audios either, is there?
That's correct.
And there's nothing from Lieutenant Trombley or Sergeant Samard calling off this. No. If you go to the responsibilities of the officer in charge,
What page is that, sir?
Castro 126, Roman numeral 7. After this question, Ron, should we take a lunch break?
We will.
Thank you. I just thought it would be suitable for me. Thank you.
All right, sir.
In all continued pursuit situations, command responsibility rests with the officer in charge, correct?
That says yes.
Now, there was nothing, and the OIC was Lieutenant Trombley,
That's correct.
and no communication from him at all on the audio, at all, throughout this 2-minute or so, very brief pursuit.
That's correct.
And then number 5, under B. Based on all information available, the officer in charge will order the termination of pursuit when, in his opinion, the dangers created by the pursuit outweigh the need for immediate apprehension, correct? That's his duty. Correct?
That's what, yep, that's B.
No,
Once he's notified.
He's
that's his
only-
responsibility.
he's only one command level above you. He's lieutenant, you're a sergeant. No, he's sergeant.
We're the same. rank.
You're the same rank, okay. So Lieutenant Trombley and you could investigate a lieutenant, correct?
Yes.
And you can investigate a sergeant,
Yes.
and you can investigate a patrolman.
Yes.
And because Chief Castro was involved, is your testimony, you didn't investigate anybody, even though they were of equal or lower rank to you.
So, as I said before, you cannot separate part of a complaint.
It's a yes, no
divide them
question,
up.
Lieutenant.
It's not a yes or no.
Yes,
You
it
may
is.
want a yes or no, but it's not a yes or no.
It's,
I'm telling
did you
why.
investigate? You're giving me the reason. I didn't ask you the
I
reason
did not
behind it.
investigate this.
Okay,
As
no.
I pointed out in several emails.
Did you report Lieutenant Trombley to post?
I did not. I don't believe he violated policy. I don't have proof of that.
Well, he's supposed to have a radio on, right?
Yes.
And he has the command responsibility to call a chase off and be the one to make that decision,
Per
correct?
policy, once he is notified, he needs to be notified by dispatch of the.
How would you know if he was notified, or how would you know if he had his radio on if you don't investigate?
Exactly, and that's why I wanted City Hall to investigate this. This
But
is something they could have looked into.
You don't know.
Let him finish, please.
This is something they could have looked into. This is what I wanted. I put everything what they needed to investigate. I gave them all the policies. I included this policy in there, so if they felt he violated the policy, they could have investigated him. This wasn't one-sided. I didn't just put what your client did. I put everyone. I put what I saw officer drive down a one-way. I put another officer went through traffic, almost caused a collision. Several officers followed over the bridge. I put everything that I
IA chief.
I did that. You didn't even find out, which you could have, or you could have said to Post, we need to find out. If Lieutenant Trombley had his radio on, as he's required to do, we need to find out why Lieutenant Trombley didn't call this off. We need an investigation of Lieutenant Trombley. You didn't authorize, or you didn't suggest or send to Post the recommendation to investigate Lieutenant Trombley at all.
I don't know what everyone was doing. That's why the city needed to hire an investigator. If they feel he violated policy, I don't
And
see.
you
him
didn't
violating.
know Castro was lying in his report, but you sent him to Post. You said here and you testified twice. You don't know that's a lie. You think it could
I
be.
don't, it's not, so counsel, I think you're confusing what needs to be. It's any credible. It doesn't, it's not, I'm not finding that he did it. It's any credible, reasonable person. Go on the Post guidelines and it's any reasonable person would think this is credible. That's all it is.
And the word credibility gives you the wiggle room to pick and choose who you send.
I didn't put the credibility in there. That's their guidelines.
We'll go to the reports after lunch. Can we take the lunch break now, Yara?
Yes, we will take our lunch break. We'll take an hour. And let me get an idea. Do you have a sense of how long your continued cross will be? I know we have other people, witnesses waiting.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. I
Give me a rough
suspect it
estimate.
will be an hour.
An hour? Okay.
I suspect. I will go as quick as I can, but
And do you think your estimates and your joint witness schedule reflect the likelihood of the length of the questions and answers?
I will be honest with you, the cross of Guerrero and Montez will be somewhat lengthy. Dar will be somewhat brief. It all depends on what Attorney Hartnett presents.
Okay.
I am not opposed. I don't know about meeting room availability and other issues. I know we have Friday as remote. I'm open to discussions with Your Honor.
Actually, we have Thursday as remote.
I'm sorry, Thursday is remote, and tomorrow here as well. I'm open to being very flexible. I know that these gentlemen who are waiting to testify have responsibilities. I am open to considering remote possibilities. I'm open to anything to get the hearing
I'm
done.
not quite as open as you are about remote. I'd rather have people present. I know we've discussed this before, why we allowed for a remote day. But right now, I'm just trying to be considerate of the witnesses who are waiting. So that's why I'm asking.
I appreciate Your Honor. I suspect. When do you plan on concluding today?
I think about 5.
5?
And of course, Mr. Castro is on the list for today too. If it's tomorrow, that's not a problem. So
Right,
that's
he
why.
will not be called today, I'm sure. Who's your next witness, Mr. Dar? Dar would definitely go, and then who's after that?
Montas.
I don't know that we'd get Guerrero today. Definitely, we can get Dar done, I would hope, and we might get Montez done. Depends on how much questioning Mr. Hartnett has.
Mr. Hartnett, do you have a sense, you don't know how long cross is going to take, of course, but I'm wondering whether we should excuse Mr. Guerrero if we know he's not going to be reached today.
I can speak to him and Matas, and maybe if there's a conflict, I can reverse order on
Right,
this.
why don't you let me
too.
know after the
That
lunch
makes more
hour then?
sense. I'll talk to him.
You'll let me know?
Yes.
Okay. Fine.
Thank you.
We'll be in recess.
The current time is 1:08 PM, so we'll return at.
Actually, one other thing, Lieutenant, let me remind you, I know you know this, that there's a sequestration order in effect here. So that means that during recesses or during your testimony, after your testimony, while this case is being heard, that you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. You know that, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Right.
We will reconvene at approximately 2 o'clock. We are reconvening in the matter of William Castro. The time is 2:09 PM on December 9th, 2025, and Judge Fishman will now resume the proceedings.
Mr. Jacobs, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Lieutenant Rossi. If you turn to Exhibit 10 in the exhibit binder, please. Okay. Now, this is the email you testified to earlier from the bottom half of the page from Michael Samard to you on February 3rd, correct? Now, you've conducted many IA investigations, right?
Yes.
And you've conducted them with patrolmen, sergeants, and lieutenants over the years.
Yes, yes.
Do you know what the general discipline is for someone who violates a policy or procedure?
It's dependent. There's so many variables. That's up to the chief of police.
You've had some pursuit policy violations?
I don't believe we've had a pursuit policy violation since I've been internal affairs.
So the decision on what to do would be up to the chief or to the mayor as the appointing authority?
So it's the chief of police. Honestly don't know what would happen if with the chief, then I would assume it would go to the mayor. Yes.
And in this case, Mayor DePina was made aware of all this issue of this pursuit by yourself, correct?
Correct.
And perhaps by other individuals who may have communicated with him.
Possible.
Okay, you're not aware of that. Okay. So if the mayor didn't feel discipline was appropriate, there would be no discipline.
Yes,
And the mayor would make that decision.
that's correct.
In this case, did the mayor make a decision regarding Provisional Chief Castro in total of all the allegations you made? Did he make a judgment call?
Yes, that there was no investigation.
Okay. He felt there was nothing to do further. We'll go into that in a moment. Now, looking at the first page, Castro redacted 030, bottom of the page.
Yes,
You see that?
yes.
Now, this is Sergeant Samard's report to you, correct?
It's an email. Yes.
It's an email. And I asked you before about any bias you might have with respect to the fact that you challenged Chief Castro's credentials when he first started. You said that was something you had an obligation to do.
Again, I didn't challenge it.
You communicated with Post on that, correct?
As I was required to do.
But you had not, do you have access to training records of officers?
I don't.
You don't have any access at all?
I used to. I don't have them anymore.
Can you get that access if you're doing an investigation?
Yes, I have to ask the person that's in charge of it for the person's records.
Okay. So you could have gotten Chief Castro's records from the person in charge of records if you wanted to?
That wouldn't be my responsibility, my scope. I don't hire police chiefs. I don't do their background. So no, that wouldn't be something I would do.
Okay.
My only requirement is to notify Post when we have a new head of the agency.
And just to notify them as new head or to question whether they have proper certification, or do you just say, Post, the city of Lawrence has hired a new head, just so you know?
So if it was an internal candidate, then I would say this is the new candidate because they have all their IA files, they have all their backgrounds. If it was an outside candidate and I don't know their criminal history, their background, I don't know any of that, I need to let Post know this is all I have of this individual. If they want more, that's up to them to request.
All right.
That's all I was doing.
Looking at now, Sergeant Samard sent you this email,
Yes.
and I'm going to read the bottom of it and on to the next page. What's important to note, Lieutenant Rossi, is that I feel I have been unfairly targeted by Chief Castro for conducting union-protected activities within the department. Does that have anything to do with the chase that occurred the day before?
No.
I have filed a prohibited practice retaliation charge with DLR, Department of Labor Relations,
Yes.
correct? As well as a grievance, so he's even gone to a grievance, with Chief Castro as the union president on behalf of myself and Captain Aguilar. So now Sergeant Samard is complaining about for himself, and he's also complaining in a union capacity on behalf of Captain Aguilar, correct?
Those are your words, not mine.
Well, isn't that what he's saying here?
I wouldn't say he's complaining, he's reporting what he feels. Again, I have no knowledge. You should probably ask Sergeant Samad this stuff. I don't know his
Well,
intentions.
you testified about the email. This is the email you got.
I got this.
Okay, and I'm reading the bottom of the email that was sent to you by Sergeant Samard relative to a presumed police pursuit.
Okay.
And he's making comments about being targeted for union activities. Has nothing to do with the pursuit, right?
I agree.
And he's gonna file retaliation charge, prohibited practice charge with DLR. What does that have to do with the pursuit?
Nothing.
And then he wants to file a grievance with Chief Castro as the union president on behalf of myself and Captain Aguilar. What does that have to do with the pursuit?
No.
I've also filed a hostile work environment claim with HR. What does that have to do with the pursuit that occurred the day before?
Nothing.
But he felt it was important to tell you all this.
Again, you'd have to ask him.
Well, it's in the email to you. He's
I don't know
telling
how
you.
important he thinks it is. He put it in the email.
He put it in the email. And then he says, if you go to the bottom 6 lines, what's also important to note is that yesterday at 16:13, Chief Castro emailed me the response to the LPSOA grievance 2401, 2402 concerning Captain Aguilar and myself ruling in his favor and against us. This email was sent a short time after Chief Castro left the scene of the crash, knowing I was conducting the investigation, which makes me feel he's trying to intimidate me and influence the outcome of my investigation. Respectfully, Sergeant Mike Smart. Are you aware of when the information was sent to Captain Aguilar and Sergeant Smart?
Again, that's something you'll have to ask Sergeant Samad. I don't have any knowledge of this.
But he's raising an issue of intimidation to influence an investigation that supposedly he's conducting, but you're not conducting.
That would be, well, that's his responsibility as a patrol supervisor. With an accident, he needs to respond to that and look into it. That would be his road supervisor responsibility.
No. Let's go on to Exhibit 11. That was Officer Smart's report, correct? And he says the check was for $2,138. That would make this episode a felony, correct?
I believe, again, I'm a little rusty on this. I believe trying to pass any check, I don't know if the value, I think once you dark forge a check, that might be a felony. So
Well, we don't know what the fakeness of the check was necessarily, correct?
that's correct.
But an amount of money over 1,200 would classify as a felony, and if it was involving certain institutions, might make it a felony in and of itself, regardless of the amount of money, correct?
True.
No. He also comments, if you look at the next to last paragraph, he says that the suspects cut a lip and stated it was from a previous injury and not from the arrest or the incident.
What page are we on, sir?
You're on Castro redacted 036. Next to last paragraph. He didn't have any injuries from the arrest or the incident.
I don't know. Yes, I see that.
Okay, now let's go to Exhibit 13. Now, in page, Castro redacted 043, first page of Sergeant Samard's report.
Okay.
Third sentence there, third line, talks for a report of a bank fraud in progress. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, now, the next page. This is Castro redacted 044. You see the middle of the page. I then observed the male matching description entering the CRV
and ran over the vehicle in full uniform with my firearm drawn. Why was his firearm drawn?
Again, that's something you'd have to ask Sergeant Samad. That's not, there's no policy, there's no one scenario that you say your firearm should or should not be drawn. There's many variables, day, night, officer's perception, what else he sees, if he's in fear. I couldn't answer that. That's
There's
not
discretion of the officer, you're telling me?
when to pull his firearm. Yes, there's absolutely no scenario, no policy where you can say you can only pull a firearm on these calls. Absolutely not.
Let's go to the next sentence. My first thought was that the suspect could be armed. Was the suspect armed to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
So has he lied in his report?
I'm not following.
Well, he says, my first thought was that the suspect could be armed. He wasn't armed. That's a lie, right?
If he says it's a thought, he's not saying with absolute fact he was armed. I don't know how you come to the conclusion that's a lie. And someone says, if I think I'm smart, does that mean I'm lying?
You're 100% correct.
Like
Lieutenant Ross.
he's saying, I thought, so I don't know how that could be a lie. But
So-
again, you should ask him.
Thought is not a lie, but perception is untruthfulness. Chief Castro wrote in his report, my perception was.
I perceived this to be a bank robbery, but you're leaving out all the other variables that he heard the beginning, all the beginning description of the suspect and all the end description, but he missed the one middle where it said it's bank fraud twice. So he heard
You don't know what he heard. You testified this morning. You don't know what he
you're
heard.
just asking me my perception, so I'm trying to answer it.
I'm not asking you
You're talking about
perception.
perception here. You
No.
just brought up perception.
No.
I did not.
No, what I said was Sergeant Samard said, my first thought was the suspect could be armed.
Yes, and you accused him of lying.
And, no, I did not. And was now carjacking the male driver. Now, the investigation showed that was a Lyft driver, correct?
Yes.
Wasn't a carjacking at all.
No.
So I'm asking you the question. Is he lying by saying it could be a carjacking when it wasn't? It was a Lyft driver summoned and being paid to take him somewhere.
No, that doesn't mean he's lying.
Okay. And his thought was the suspect could be armed, but he wasn't armed. Is that a lie? You said no.
I don't believe it, but again, you'd have to talk to Sergeant Samad.
Well, did you talk to Chief Castro about his report before you sent all these reports out?
No, and that's why I said it needed to be investigated, and I didn't accuse him of lying. I said there's enough there that this needs to be, and I even listed, hold on, Counsel, you asked me a question. So you keep saying I'm accusing him of lying. I said, this is what needs to be done. These questions, I laid them out very clear. If you want to bring up my report, he needs to answer these questions. Why didn't he hear it? Why did he respond to a bank robbery? If he doesn't know it's a bank robbery, how do you respond to a call? You have no idea what it is. The safety protocols would be vastly different how you respond to a fake check and an armed robbery, bank robbery. These are the questions I listed. So I didn't accuse him of being a liar. I said, these are the questions that should be asked and determined. Now, if they hired someone and the guy said, listen, he answered all my questions, I don't think he was untruthful, then that's what it was. But that's not what happened.
The mayor didn't hire someone. He designated someone within the city to do an investigation.
That's
Someone
not what I
employed-
was told. I can only go by what I was told.
We'll go into those documents in a minute. But you testified this morning. You're not saying Chief Castro lied in his report.
No, I'm saying there was enough there that this needed to be investigated. I've been
But there's-
clear from the beginning on that.
But there's not enough in Sergeant Samard's to investigate him,
For what? I don't
for
understand. what
whether
you're
he's
saying.
writing a truthful report.
Where is the counter I don't understand what you're saying. Because he drew his weapon and thought someone was armed, do you think that's a lie?
Well, he's also talking about a carjacking. Now, I understand that Sergeant Samard would most likely say, that was my thought, my perception.
Okay.
So you don't take action against Sergeant Samard, but you do against.
What policy did Sergeant Samad violate? Give me the policy that he violated.
Filing of maybe a potentially false police report? You don't know that, do you?
And we could play this game on every report. We'll go in circles all day long. Everyone's filing a false police report if you don't know I wasn't there.
We'll go into.
I know what William Castro was accused of is an actual policy violation on video. I don't know. You want to bring up Sergeant Samad? I wasn't there. Bring him in, ask him why he drew his weapon.
That's
and
fine.
You determine if he's lying or not. I don't know.
No. If you go to Castro 045 of Exhibit 13, page 3 of 3. He says no injuries reported to him on the middle paragraph, fourth line down. For the right half. Middle paragraph, fourth line down, no injuries were
No
reported to
injuries
me.
were reported, yes.
Okay. Let's go on to, now, if an officer draws a weapon, does that require use of force report?
Depends. If it's pointed at someone, you have to do a blue team.
Did you do a blue team report on Sergeant Samard?
I don't believe we had one. That was the policy. You just need to write it in your report after the fact. That's a newer policy we have now. You have to do a blue team. And again, drawing it is different than aiming it.
Well, how do you don't know until you go ask him, do you?
That would be correct.
Did you ask him?
I did not.
But you communicated with Sergeant Samard about Chief Castro,
About the video. Yes, he emailed me a thing.
but you read his report, right?
I did read his report.
And he says he ran over to the vehicle in full uniform with my firearm drawn. Do you think he was pointing to the ground?
A lot of officers keep it in the low ready. That's a very common.
But you could have found out if you'd asked him, couldn't you? But you didn't ask Sergeant
I
Samard
did not.
or make a report on him.
I wouldn't make a report on it.
Okay. Did you say to the mayor, Sergeant Samard must be investigated? We don't know if there was an abuse of force use with Sergeant Samard drawing a weapon on an unarmed person.
Again, I listed the facts that I have and they could investigate. If they chose, so are you saying if I put some out in there?
It's
that
a
would have
yes,
made
no
them-
question.
It's
Did you?
not a yes or no question.
The question,
It's not.
I'll repeat
You
the
may want a
question.
yes or no question, but it's not a
I've
yes
asked
or
you a
no.
yes or no, I'll repeat the question.
If I can't
Did-
answer a yes or no, I have to answer it the way I'm.
It is a yes, no question.
It's not.
Did, Lieutenant Rossi, it's a yes, no question.
It's
I'm
not
going to
a yes or
repeat
no
the question.
Stop, both of you. Why don't you ask the question in a yes or no form if you want a yes or no answer?
Did you file or did you request that the mayor investigate Sergeant Samard for use of force?
No,
Did you file use of force report?
I don't file a use of force report.
Who files use of force
That
reports?
would be up to the officer.
It's up to the officer who pulls a weapon to file the use of force report?
That's what it is. They have to document, they use force. I didn't create the policy. That's the policy.
So you don't do anything of that? You don't do anything in terms of use of force reports?
I didn't say that.
What is your role with use of force
Someone
reports?
uses a use of force report, it's reviewed by one of the line level supervisors. They review it first, then it gets sent to us through the blue team, and then internal affairs will review that.
So if the line officer, Sergeant Samard in this case, abuses use of force, but decides not to write a report, it just gets covered up.
Those are your words. I wouldn't say that. We have 5,500 calls for service a month. I would need 3,000 internal affairs investigators to investigate every single use of force or every single call to see if there was force. It's not practical.
Is an officer, if he draws his weapon, required to file use of force
No,
report?
only if it's pointed at a person. If it's a low ready and it's not pointed in anyone's direction, again, we're a very busy city. We go to home invasions, robberies. We go to B&Es at 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning with the guns out. Our officers' guns are out a lot. So only if they're pointed in the direction of a citizen, then they need to document it. If it's not pointed in the direction of a citizen, it does not need to be documented.
But you don't know whether it's pointed at that
I
suspect or
only know
not.
what was in the report.
And that doesn't address it, does it?
Said it was drawn.
It was drawn. Doesn't say where it was pointed.
Doesn't say it was pointed at him.
Doesn't say it wasn't, does it?
We can agree on that.
No. Exhibit 14, Chief Castro's report. Fourth line down. Being within close proximity to the bank and not knowing if the incident was a bank robbery. So he said, I don't know if it's a bank robbery.
That's what it says.
Doesn't say he said it was a bank robbery. He said, I don't know. Right?
Yeah, that's concerning.
Okay. Then on Castro 049 in his report. Now this report was written after the incident was totally over, correct?
I would assume so. I don't know when it was.
Well, he can't write the report telling everything that happened unless the incident has already happened.
That's correct.
So he knows everything that's taken place when he's writing the report.
Yes.
And he's explaining when he writes his report what was going on in his mind. I perceived the operator as passenger as being involved in bank robbery. That was what was going on in his thought, right?
I don't know that.
Well, that's what he
You're
wrote.
asking me to assume what he was thinking.
He wrote,
That's what he wrote. I'll acknowledge
I
that.
perceived. And you have no facts to know anything, whether that's true or not true. You can't make any statement about the truth of that because it's his perception.
That's not true. You said I have no facts. There are facts concerning that he needs to explain whether he's being truthful or not. Having no facts would mean this was absolutely, it makes sense, everything's good. He came forward and said, hey, my radio was off. No, he's saying I heard everything before, I heard everything after, I just didn't hear the middle. And I responded to a bank robbery the same I would have responded to anything. I responded to a priority call, not even knowing what it was.
But it's.
So what if this is just two people hanging out in a car? He's gonna pull up on them like it's a bank robbery? You respond the same way? That doesn't make sense.
That is not what the
Common
dispatch,
sense.
that is not what
Right,
the audio
dispatch
said.
said twice a fake check.
And you don't know what Chief Castro heard or
Do
didn't
not
hear.
know that.
And what he wrote in his report, which you can see because it's written,
I can see what
I
he wrote.
perceived.
That's what he wrote.
Not it was I perceived.
Yes.
He's explaining what he believes he understood at the time.
But like you pointed out in Sergeant Samad, he doesn't explain why he perceives this. What made him perceive it was a bank robbery? What's good for Sergeant Samad has to be good for your client. So you're saying you want everyone investigated. You want Samad, you want Trombley. You've named a whole department. You want these big investigations, but you don't want your client investigated. That's the one issue. You're criticizing me for saying he should be investigated, but you've named half my department and said you want them investigated. How about we just be fair and investigate the whole incident like I asked? That's all I've asked from the beginning.
I have not asked for Sergeant Smart to investigate. I
You just
asked,
said that.
No.
Did I ask, why didn't I?
I asked you a question.
why?
I didn't say what I want. I asked you a question because you chose to go and report Chief Castro. You didn't do anything with Sergeant Samard, and you didn't do anything with OIC Trombley for not having his radio on.
I reported the incident. The city chose not to investigate it.
You did not file a dereliction of duty charge
I don't see it.
or
but
request.
That's for an
Right,
investigator. to
you don't
determine.
perceive that.
Now, wait a second. From now on, let's have questions, not speeches.
Now, did you notice whether any of the other officers who ended up at the incident at the guardrail, whether their reports indicate whether Sergeant Samar drew his weapon?
I don't believe it happened at the guardrail, but no, I believe it happened down the street.
And did any other officer in his report confirm that Sergeant Samar drew his weapon?
I don't know if he was alone. Again, that's something you should ask Sergeant Samad. I don't know if he was alone.
Now, you referred earlier today to Exhibit 8. What is Exhibit 8?
That is the blue team pursuit.
Now, Blue Team's report was done by Officer Lieutenant Trombley, right?
That's for the pursuit.
For the pursuit.
Yes.
But he didn't do a Blue Team's report for the weapon being
It's
drawn.
separate. Two different reports.
But I'm saying there's no second report.
I don't know if one is needed.
No. If you look at the second page, parties injured, it doesn't list anybody. Correct?
That's correct.
That's what different officers have said.
That's correct.
Now, Lieutenant Trombley wants to have Chief Castro investigated, right? And Sergeant Samard as well. You said you got calls from Lieutenant Trombley, Sergeant Samard, and Captain Guerrero.
Yes, not all of them said the same thing, but yes, I got calls from them three.
If Lieutenant Trombley had been derelict in his duty as OIC, wouldn't he be trying to deflect blame for his dereliction onto Castro?
I don't know how to answer that. That's not a yes or no. Who said he's derelict? I'm not getting this.
Well, he's the officer in charge. Does he have his radio on? Is he doing what he's supposed to do as the OIC? If he's not, then he's maybe derelict in his duty. He could be held accountable. He probably is violating policy as far as his responsibility as OIC. The same for Sergeant Samard as street patrol supervisor. He's supposed to know what's going on with his sector patrols. He's supposed to have his radio on.
Are you asking me a question or?
I'm asking you, correct?
I don't know what the question is. You just.
He's supposed to have, Sergeant Samard is supposed to have his radio on, correct? Now, if he's derelict because he doesn't have his radio on or is not paying attention or is ignoring what's going on and knows there's a pursuit coming, and he could be held accountable, what better way, Lieutenant Rossi, than to deflect accountability to him by blaming Chief Castro?
I don't object, Your Honor. Is this even a question? This is a speech. Like, I mean, this is borderline.
All right, but I don't need a speech also. So I understand your objection. The objection is sustained.
No, Exhibit 15, Lieutenant Rossi.
Yes, I have it.
This is your letter, Paul Rossi, to Mayor DePina.
That's correct.
Now, it didn't go to his private email. It went to a group email.
Yes.
You say that that is because you had no other email.
Yes, I made a mistake. I'll admit it. I made a mistake. Sent it.
And it went to Timothy Houghton, the city attorney, Octavian Spanner, senior advisor, Kevin Foley, assistant city attorney, and the personnel director at the time, correct? No. You talk about in your second paragraph that on February 5th of 24, you were contacted by Guerrero, the division, patrol division commander, lieutenant, that would be Trombley, and the sergeant, that would be Samard, correct?
That's correct.
And they believed that Chief Castro was involved in pursuit that violated policy, but the patrol commander told you he hadn't seen the reports yet.
That's not correct.
Well, let me read the sentence. The patrol commander told me 2 of his day supervisors informed him that Acting Chief Castro was involved in a pursuit that violated policy, but he had not seen the reports yet.
That statement's correct.
So doesn't that he refer to Patrol Commander Guerrero hadn't seen the reports?
Yes, but he didn't tell me he thought the chief committed a violated policy. He said he hadn't seen anything yet.
Right, okay, that's all I'm asking you about. So he told you on February 5th, he had not yet seen the reports.
That's correct.
And then you downloaded city cameras, private cameras, audio, video, 911 calls, but you didn't investigate, correct?
I did not investigate.
Okay. And then you put down here, Sergeant Samard informed you he's being targeted and harassed. And it goes back to the search committee for Chief of Police in Methuen some years before.
That's what he wrote in his letter.
But that doesn't have anything to do with this incident, does it?
That's what he wrote in his complaint. It's the complaint. I need to include the complaint. So when I send it to post, when I send it anyway, I include the complaint.
Okay, no. This was your opportunity as the eye investigator to say to the mayor of the city of Lawrence, you need to do something. Correct?
I did.
Right, in this letter to the mayor. No,
Not you need to do something. This is what you're required to do by post. And these are the steps, these are the laws. I tried to lay everything out for them.
can you show me in exhibit 15 here,
Yep.
where you asked the mayor to investigate OIC Trombley?
I did not. As we keep going around and around, I did not.
Well, this is your letter. That's all, I'm asking what's in the letter. Is there anything in the letter
No.
that you asked, well, I haven't asked the question yet. Is there anything in the letter that you asked the mayor to investigate Sergeant Samard?
No, I've answered this 7 times.
No, you said you testified that you told the city they needed to do an investigation. So this is the letter you sent the city, is what I'm saying.
Yes.
And in your written letter, you asked the city and said, you need to do an investigation. I can't investigate these practices or place Chief Castro on leave. So this is your letter informing the mayor, you need to do something.
That's correct.
And what I'm asking you is, in this letter, this exhibit 15, did you say to the mayor, you need to investigate Sergeant Samard?
Again, no.
And you didn't say to him, you need to investigate Rodriguez or Avalas or Smart for pursuit policy violations?
I said other officers involved. I wasn't gonna name every single officer. I named the one officer individually that I saw driving in head-on traffic down a one-way street. I included all the other officers. If you want to bring up my report, I included them in my report. So they had all the names, and that was, here's all the information you can investigate.
What I am asking you, Lieutenant Rossi, is
I'm
very,
answering the best way I
No,
can.
sir.
You just don't like the answer.
no, the question is very simple. In this specific letter dated February 7th from you to the mayor of the city of Lawrence, I asked you very specifically, did you mention in this letter, you single out Chief Castro very
Yes.
clearly, but you don't mention Trombley, correct?
I said, I've attached a summary of the report of the incident and the allegation. So I did mention it in my email. Here, see the attachment that describes what.
And we'll get to the attachment. I'm
Ask
asking,
me in this email, yes, I'm documenting in this email, see the attachment where I wrote, this is what the officers were doing, this is what everyone was doing, this is what everyone said. I'm not trying to cover anything up, it's in the email.
you are asking the mayor to investigate Chief Castro
Yes,
for the pursuit and his truthfulness.
yes,
But you're not asking him in this letter, forget your summary, we'll get to that. You're not asking him to investigate Samard for use of force or whether he filed a use of force report,
again, no, I didn't ask him to investigate Samad.
or Trombley, or Rodriguez, or Avalas, or Smart.
Again, they were all in my report.
Now, Officer Avalas in your report, Exhibit 16. On page Castro 055. You indicate on the second paragraph about Avalas drove westbound down the wrong way on Canal Street.
Yes.
No. Do you know, I'm just asking you, has he had any discipline as a result of that issue? That pursuit or that driving violation, pursuit policy violation?
I don't know if there was discipline, there was a disposition. I
Okay.
don't know if discipline.
He was not suspended. He's still an active duty officer in the Lawrence
He was
Police
not
Department.
suspended.
And was anybody involved other than Chief Castro in this episode on February 2nd suspended other than Chief Castro?
I don't believe Chief Castro was suspended by the city.
No, by the city, but by post, certification was put on suspension. Was any, do you know of any action that was taken against any of these officers?
No.
No. The letter to the city, you talked about in Castro 059. You put some of the 555 CMR 1 procedural rules for the Peace Officers Standards and Training Commission, correct?
Yes.
It says transmittal of complaint by agency to commission.
Yes.
What's the agency a reference to in your understanding?
It's not my understanding. It's in mass criminal law. It's the post definitions. The agency is law enforcement.
Say that again,
The
please.
authority is the mayor's office. Agency is the law enforcement. So the police department is the agency. The
Okay,
appointing
that's the
authority-
answer. The police department is the agency.
That's correct.
Okay. So in section 1, transmittal of the complaint by the agency commission, you represent the agency
Yes,
and you sent this to the commission, correct?
yes,
Okay. Section 2, the agency shall commence investigation, correct?
yes.
That would be the Lawrence Police Department.
If we could investigate this, but again, we could not investigate this. And it talks about it in the statute about hiring outside investigators.
We'll get to that. Down in B. 2B, do you see that?
Yes.
The internal investigation may, but in the case of complaint alleging an officer involved injury or death, improper use of force or biased behavior shall be assigned to an investigator employed by the agency, that would be the police department, or the city, or to an outside investigator retained by the agency. Right?
That's what it says.
No. That would not be Chief Castro would appoint the person, correct?
I wouldn't think so. I think it would be City Hall.
So that responsibility lies with the city of Lawrence.
On this matter with the chief, yes.
Now, you did conclusions on Castro 062. This is your summary, correct? And you go in the first paragraph and you talk about Chief Castro. And in the second paragraph, you talk about Chief Castro. And in the third paragraph, you talk about Chief Castro. He needs to be investigated, correct?
This incident needs to be investigated. Yes, it's Chief Castro was a central figure in it.
And you then mentioned in the last sentence about Officer Avalos. Right?
Okay.
Did you say we need to investigate Officer Avalos? In your letter, just show me the sentence, please.
I did not write that.
And in your summary, because we talked about your letter to the mayor in Exhibit 15, correct?
Yes.
Now, you said it's all in your summary with all the details. That's Exhibit 16, correct? Okay. Can you show me under your conclusions where you say we need to find out whether the OIC, who could have called off this pursuit, was wearing his radio, knew what was going on, and was derelict or not in his duty? We need to investigate the OIC. Did you say that anywhere?
I did not.
Did you say Sergeant Samard, according to his report, drew his weapon? I don't know if he pointed it to the ground, up in the air, or at the perpetrator. There wasn't a use of force report filled out. We need to find out what happened, whether it was appropriate or not appropriate.
Again, I did not.
And you didn't ask the mayor and say, Sergeant Samard wrote in his report that he thought there might be a carjacking, which subsequently we know wasn't correct. We need to find out what was going on in his mind that he thought that and drew his weapon, because it wasn't a carjacking, it was a lift car.
I included the reports with this and they decided not to investigate it.
But in your
It's not-
conclusions, can you show me where you asked him to investigate Sergeant Samard?
Again, I did not ask that.
And did you ask him to investigate Rodriguez or Smart?
Again,
Or-
I put them, what everyone did. I'm not investigating this. I put what everyone did, and that's upon the city to determine, to hire an investigator and have them determine what needs to be investigated. It's not up to me on this incident. So I don't go through the whole thing and say, this guy, this person. I reported this to the mayor's office. I knew there was gonna be blowback on me, but I did what I thought was right, and I reported
The
this.
question before you, Lieutenant
I
Ross.
keep answering the same question. You keep asking me, did I report this? No, I reported the incident as a whole. They decided not to investigate.
I've been asking about specific people.
You've named Sergeant Samad Trombley 42 times and asked me if I reported. I did not report them individually and say they needed to be investigated.
And I was asking you about the conclusion section of this particular exhibit.
If I reported
You
it, I
did.
did not report.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. But you did put in all this information about Sergeant Samard being targeted and harassed, or feeling he was being targeted and harassed.
Yes, I did. As I explained, it was in his complaint and I added it.
Now, can you show me, for my benefit, please, what is the statute that says you are barred as head of IA from investigating a junior or equal officer just because the incident may or may not involve the chief of police? What statute or policy of the city of Lawrence bars you from making those investigations?
There's no statute or policy that would bar me from that.
Thank you.
However, if it involves the chief, they are one incident. You cannot separate them and make them individual incidents.
Is that written anywhere in the policies of the city or in some statute or some CMR that if the chief is involved in something, you are not allowed to investigate anyone?
No, it's basic internal affairs. You can't investigate part of one incident, but not the rest of it. If they blame William Castro for the whole thing, how do I determine that's true or not if I'm not investigating that part? If I determine he didn't violate policy, that's very big. That it would go to them. So you can't investigate a small part of an allegation and not the whole thing. That's 101. I was trained at the FBI, the state, and the city level of internal affairs, and you have to investigate the case as a whole, not one little individual piece.
No. If we look at Exhibit 22. That's the letter to the mayor from Octavian Spanner. Correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Spanner goes through all the things he did in 5 pages in depth, correct? He describes your report, your complaint, his interview with Chief Castro, correct?
I wouldn't say in depth. He has 5 pages there. I'll give you that.
Okay. And he made a conclusion, correct?
Yes.
So the mayor decided to ask him to look into it to see if there was credibility to the allegation that something needed to go further.
That's what it appears.
He made a recommendation to the city that he did not feel that was appropriate. That was Mr. Spanner's conclusion, correct?
From this report, yes.
Now, this report, Exhibit 22, was sent to Mayor Brian DePena, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
So the mayor, if he felt something should be done, had every authority, as appointing authority, as chief executive of the city, to do whatever he felt was appropriate. He could or could not spend the city's money and hire an outside investigator if he felt it was appropriate. That was a decision to the mayor to make, correct?
No, per post, it needs to be investigated.
Then Post has the right to deal with that. If they think the mayor should do something, Post can communicate with the mayor, correct?
That's correct. And that's why my only obligation was to notify
But-
Post. After that, I was done.
But it is not for Mr. Castro to hire someone on behalf of the city to investigate. It is for the mayor of the city.
To investigate himself,
Correct.
I would say it would be on the city.
Now, you talked about whether a crime was committed. And I believe you testified, you don't have, you may have your opinion on whether the policy was violated. We've gone over the policy and the issues of the pursuit policy and the discretion aspects of it, and whether the report is correct or not correct, but you don't have any factual knowledge, you testified. So you can't say here, as you sit here, that there is a specific crime that you can cite that involved Chief Castro.
So your first part of your statement is inaccurate. I did say a policy, he violated the pursuit policy. That's clear as day. Whether there's mitigating factors is a whole nother thing. What I don't know is if he was untruthful or violated any laws. I do not know that.
Is violating the pursuit policy a crime or a policy violation?
It's a policy violation.
So as you sit here today, you have no evidence that Chief Castro committed any crime.
I'm not saying that. I think there is evidence, and that's why it needed to be investigated. And it was investigated.
But you don't
by an
have
outside
factual
investigator.
proof of a crime.
That's not true. I think the investigator did a well-documented report why he believed there was a crime, and I agree with that assertion.
But you testified before, you have no factual evidence that that report is not a truthful report.
I didn't say that. I said, not factual evidence. I don't know. I don't know if he's telling the truth. I didn't investigate this. Someone else investigated this. I did not.
Okay. No. Exhibit 34. It's your email to Post and to Gina Joyce.
Yes.
And there's another exhibit, I can't find it right at the moment, that's another email to Gina Joyce where you sent the mayor's email and the mayor's letter to the Post Commission, correct?
No, that's not correct. I CC'd Gina Joyce. I sent it to the Post reports.
And you CC'd her.
Yes.
No. You're aware, when you filed all these reports and raised all these allegations, that Chief Castro would be taken out of the running for permanent chief of police of Lawrence while this was pending?
No.
You had no knowledge that there was a pending chief of police consideration because he was a provisional chief.
Oh, I knew there was consideration, but I had no clue whether this would hurt him, help him. That had zero decision, zero influence on me reporting to Post.
Now, there are several emails here where you criticized Chief Castro because he made comments about the corruption in the Lawrence Police Department, correct?
Again, I don't agree with your characterization of the email. I reported that you have a chief of police telling me his internal affairs that there's corrupt police officers in the police department. And I told him not only does he have an ethical obligation, he has a legal obligation to report it. If he doesn't trust me, we were in a meeting together. If he doesn't trust me, I took out my phone. I tried to give him the number to the FBI anti-corruption unit in Boston. He said, nope, I will save it. And I said, this is not a card in your pocket you can play when you want to. You are legally and ethically required to report corruption. So if he knows about corrupt officers, he has to report it. He can't keep it. And that's what I reported to Post. Again, and that's why there's a letter saying I can't report anything he tells me. You have the chief of police telling me there's corrupt police officers, and I'm being told I can't report this to Post.
Are you aware that the police department had a grant and had to return almost $800,000 to the Commonwealth?
I have no knowledge of any grants.
You don't have any knowledge of that mismanagement of that grant?
I have no knowledge of any grants.
Do you have any knowledge of overtime abuse among the superior officers in Lawrence?
I have nothing's ever been reported to me.
Right, because when Chief Castro was there, aren't you aware that he was looking into those things?
No, he just told me a blanket statement there was corruption, and I told him to report it, and he wanted to save it.
You can't report until you collect enough evidence so that you don't destroy a career that shouldn't be destroyed, Lieutenant Rossi. You need to get the evidence so that you have a clear understanding whether someone has or has not abused their privileges for overtime.
There's federal agencies, state and federal agencies that will come in and investigate police departments for corruption.
Did you send in January 5th of 24 an email to civil service criticizing what you believed were Chief Castro's hiring and firing practices?
Yes. Again, criticizing, I was alerting them to what I thought was unethical and possibly illegal hiring practices that the Lawrence Police Department was doing under William Castro.
Who is the hiring and firing authority for the city of Lawrence?
It is the mayor, but the police chief has the most input on the mayor. The mayor's not the one doing the backgrounds. The mayor's not the one picking the people. It's the police department employees who all answer to Chief Castro.
But the decision statutorily lies with the appointing authority under the charter
Yes.
and under Mass General Laws 31. That is the mayor.
That's correct. But the mayor did not call me and order me to attest to people. It did not tell me to call people's attorneys that we were kicking out of the police academy. The mayor didn't tell me to do all that. It was William Castro.
Do you now, in your Bennett interview, did you tell Mr. Bennett that if someone is not certified, they're not allowed to be in the police station?
I did not say that. If they're decertified. That's the way I understand the law. If you are a decertified police officer, you are now not allowed to hold any position in the police department.
Well, hold a position and be in the department are different things.
I agree.
You've had police officers who are not certified, who are not in uniform in the police
It's
department.
different than decertified. Decertified is very different than not certified. There's several different certification statuses. Decertified is, that's it. You're not a police officer ever again.
One more, John. On the individual officers that you reported to civil service, Are you saying that all those that you reported were hired under Chief Castro's watch as acting or provisional chief?
Objection, Your Honor. I think we've gone really, this is the relevance. This is way far afield of where we, anything that's here.
Sustained.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
One second. I have a few questions. Take a look at Exhibit 13 real quick. Okay. And so if you go to the third page, the narrative there. The narrative starts with fleeing in the narrative. Sorry, is it page 2? Sorry, page 2. You were asked about this section of Sergeant, this is Sergeant Samard's report,
Yes,
and you were asked about some of this?
yes.
Okay. Now, there's some stuff that I don't think you were asked about that's in here. I just want to ask you about it. He wrote here, as I walked in the area of the rear of the New Balance parking lot shipping area, an officer spotted one suspect and observed him getting into a blue Honda CRV. Did I read that right?
Yes,
Okay. And he's referring to the suspects who just engaged in a high-speed chase through the middle of downtown Lawrence, right?
that's correct.
So he observed somebody who just left, and these individuals whose vehicle crashed,
That's correct.
and they're fleeing.
Yes,
Okay, so you get fleeing individuals who are just involved in a high-speed crash, and one of them jumps into a blue SUV.
that's correct.
Okay, and then all it says here is that Officer Samard drew his weapon.
That's correct.
Correct. Is this so the standard for drawing your weapon is much more discretionary than, say, the pursuit policy?
Absolutely. There's no policy whatsoever when you can draw, and you can't draw your weapon. There's numerous variables that would factor. You could go to a call for two kids arguing and have to end up drawing your weapon, as opposed to going to a call for a home invasion and it's just someone that forgot their keys. So it's not dependent on the type of call it is.
And if you saw somebody who just fled, had it was involved in a high-speed pursuit, fleeing, and then jumps into a car, does that raise the concern that they may be carjacking the car? Would that raise that concern to you as a police officer?
Yes, absolutely.
No further questions?
Any recross? No, Your Honor. All right, before we excuse the witness, I have two questions. In Exhibit 19, it doesn't matter if you have it in front of you right now, Lieutenant. That's Spanner's email letter to you dated February 9, 2024. And he in there, he lists 9 items. Do you remember that letter?
Yes, Your Honor.
In number 8, he says, as per our conversation yesterday, I brought to your attention the fact that you disseminated information of the investigation on Chief Castro to others via city email. My question is, because I don't think I heard this in your testimony, was there a conversation between you and Spanner?
Yes, he called me that day prior and he said, who did you email this to? And I explained, he said, check the email again. You sent it to the wrong email. I said, no, it's Mayor Brian DePena. When I clicked on it, if you double click on it, the whole entire email comes up. And I said, I apologize. I said, I didn't mean to do that. I'm really sorry. And he says, okay, resend it to the proper email. And that's when I looked it up by his first name. I never done that. I always look up everyone by their last name because.
Okay, so my question, was there anything else discussed other than the issue of?
That was it, just that I sent it to the wrong.
So it's a very brief conversation.
Very brief.
And with regard to, was it customary, regardless of whether this is legally true or not, was it customary among the police departments to refer to the credit unions as banks?
Yes, yes.
And I think I've just heard all of the dispatch recordings. Are these the ones that you heard?
Yes, those are the ones, sir.
And am I correct that nowhere in the course of that dispatch was the nature of the pursuit described?
That's correct.
I mean, nobody in there was saying that the suspect and the chief's vehicle and the police car following had traveled down the wrong way on a one-way street, or that they had driven on the driveway, on the sidewalk or anything like that, right?
Correct.
So if somebody like Twombly was now listening on the radio, he wouldn't, from the dispatch information, he wouldn't be informed of that happening at the time.
That's correct.
Was there are there any other lines of communication going on at the same time on another wavelength other than the dispatch in which somebody in a position like Twombly would have been getting a play-by-play about what was going on?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
That's not customary.
No, no.
All right, that's all I have.
I don't know if I can say this.
No.
Didn't want to say.
No,
speak
because
out.
if you say
Yeah.
something, there'll be two
You're
more
right.
hours of questions, and you don't want to do that.
Right.
Before we excuse the witness, just so the record is clear, I know what's the case, but with regard to exhibits that have been submitted as joint exhibits, those are obviously exhibits without offered without objection, and they're part of the record. Is that the understanding of both parties?
Yes.
And just for future reference, we haven't got there yet, but to the extent that there may be exhibits offered by respondent that haven't been agreed to as joint exhibits, are those necessarily contested? Or will that depend on when they're offered?
Probably depend on when they're offered. I mean,
All right, I'm just
Yeah.
wondering how to handle them, but we shouldn't treat those, even though we have them in our possession, as exhibits accepted as evidence in this case yet.
correct.
Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Lieutenant. You're excused.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Hartnett, you may call your next witness.
So, Salmondar.
Sir, would you raise your right hand? And first of all, would you state your name, please?
Salmondar,
And spell your name?
Salmandvar.
Okay. And sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the pains of penalty, under the pains and penalties of perjury, that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
Afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Where do you work?
Lawrence Police Department,
Okay, what's your rank?
Sergeant.
And do you work in a particular unit?
I am in the IT unit.
Okay, IT is information technology.
Yes.
And how long have you been a member of the Lawrence Police Department?
11 years.
11 years?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been in the IT department?
2 years.
Did you start out on patrol as well?
Yes. 9 years.
9 years, okay. When you were promoted to sergeant at some point?
Yes.
Okay. And then you immediately went into IT as a sergeant, or?
No, I was a patrol officer.
Okay. And what was your rank on February 2nd, 2024?
I was assigned to the information technology as an officer.
As an officer or as a sergeant? Sorry.
As an officer.
Okay. What were your duties at the time?
I was reporting to Lieutenant Picard at the time, who was head of the unit.
What were your day-to-day responsibilities?
So we had about 25 platforms that we manage. We also manage any type of connectivity issues, MDTs, which are mobile devices, computers throughout the network of the department itself.
And you said, so who do you report to again?
Lieutenant Picard at the time.
All right, okay, and then who did he report to?
She
sorry.
reported to the captain, was Captain McCarthy.
Okay, and who did Captain McCarthy report to?
At that time, it was Chief Castro.
Chief Castro was the head of the Lawrence Police Department at the time.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the February 2nd, 2024 motor vehicle pursuit involving William Castro?
Yes.
Okay. How did you become aware of that pursuit?
During the conversation of the day, and also I was called into the office.
Okay, what were you called into the office to do?
I was called to the office to look at a report that was being drafted
Drafted by whom?
by Chief Castro.
Okay. And why were you being asked to look at it?
He was using a couple of platforms. So he was using a Word doc and also Grammarly.
What's Grammarly?
It's an accelerated platform, just as Word. It just gives you a different functionality when you, for example, if there's any type of suggestions, it will appear there and you can reformat based on those suggestions.
Excuse me, for an old guy, can you spell the name of that?
Grammarly, Grammarly.
Thank you.
And in non-IT, not in outside IT, we maybe just say that some sort of like helps you edit your reports and make sure they're grammatically correct. Is that?
Yeah, so some officers also tend to use that technology.
Yeah.
It's it's a browser-based program that you can access for free. It gives you the ability to draft your report, and then it gives you suggestions as far as what may sound particularly better.
So it's like an advanced spell check type of thing.
Yes.
Okay. And so why would you get called in it?
At that time, Chief Castro was utilizing that platform.
Okay, and was there an issue?
He had some errors there. He had some questions about exactly how to utilize it, and I was helping him with that.
Now, while you were there, did he bring up anything related to the actual report to you? Or to the actual incident?
We didn't go into particulars about the incident, other than what he believed had transpired. I, again, did not read the report that he had written for content. It was simply to get him through the errors that were showing on that platform.
What did he tell you?
He told me that he was involved in an incident that he believed was a robbery.
Okay. And did he mention the pursuit policy?
He did. He asked me in regards to it. I briefly told him that it involved it required a felony.
And who brought up the idea of the pursuit policy?
He brought it up.
Okay, so he was asking you, he was just asking you what the policy was at that time?
More like an affirmation as far as what the policy read.
Okay. Did he explain why he was doing that?
At the time, we didn't go over the incident itself that had occurred.
Just as background, did you have any prior relationship with Chief Castro before this incident? Did you have,
No,
did you work with him, interact with him in any other context?
it was all under professional, as far as when we, on an outside event. That's about it.
Were you involved in the union at all?
Yes,
Okay. What was your role in the union?
I was vice president of the Patrolmen's Association.
Okay, was he the chief at that time?
He was.
Okay, did you have any conflicts with him while he was chief and you were vice president?
No,
Would you how would you describe your relationship with him in terms of, was it good or bad?
it was strictly professional. We always, yeah,
And do you have any animosity towards?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Counsel, Mr. Jacobs, any questions? Nervous when you bring the whole binder up there now.
Yes, sir. It's a large binder, small. Good afternoon, Sergeant Burr.
Good afternoon.
Now, you testified you're in IT for the Lawrence Police Department.
Yes,
How many different computer applications would you say the police department has?
about 25.
Why so many?
Oh, well, every division has the need of different applications.
And what are all some of the purposes and uses of all these different applications?
Mostly tracking, ability to trace.
Maintaining record of police calls,
That also,
reports,
yes,
making them searchable
yes,
in case you want to look at trends or you want to find a particular individual that might interact with the city in multiple different areas of the city.
yes,
Or if you might want to get an idea and reports on certain types of criminal activity, you can see where in the city it's spiking.
yes.
Are all the officers familiar with all of the applications and how to use them?
No,
Do you regularly work street patrols at all?
not anymore, no.
So you're mainly in the station.
Yes.
Do you write incident reports at all?
Most recently, if I do a road job, yes, if it involves a tow, possible motor vehicle stop,
So you're talking about a detail job. Okay. Do you remember when the last one you wrote is?
About a month ago.
If you look at Exhibit 14, Sergeant Doe. This is Chief Castro's report. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
So you recognize that as Chief Castro's report of that incident?
well, it's authored by him. Like I said, I can read through it. I didn't read for content at the time.
So when you say you didn't read for content, you didn't write this report, correct?
No,
Did you, when you were assisting him with some of the software, were you focused on, you said that the software pointed out some errors or problems.
Yes,
Were those grammar or punctuation or spelling?
yes,
And did you assist in fixing the grammar, spelling, or punctuation, or showing him how to do it with the software?
that is correct.
But as far as the content and the intent of the report, that was all his report.
That is correct.
Did he ask you to enter that into the QED?
No,
What is the QED?
it is a application we use to, it's a computer aid dispatch. Any call that comes in for service is displayed there. The software also allows to author reports.
Did he enter this report then on his own?
I couldn't say.
Okay. Now, you were interviewed by Mr. Bennett, correct?
Yes,
Do you recall that interview at all?
yes,
Now, the issue of this incident, you said you had very little discussion with Chief Castro about the incident itself?
yes,
Is it correct that the focus of your involvement with Chief Castro was to help him to understand how Grammarly or the other application worked so he could get through and finish his report?
yes.
Were there any other issues that required discussion between the two of you?
No. In regards to the report, no.
Or the incident?
The incident was vaguely mentioned as far as it being a robbery. And that was the extent to that.
Okay. Did he ask you any other questions other than related to the application and the Grammarly?
Prior to entering, yes, we spoke about the policy briefly.
Okay. And what did you indicate about the policy?
I mentioned to him that it required a felony.
And did he have any familiarity with the pursuit policy at the time? Did you and he had any discussion about it?
No,
The further question.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may be excused.
You have a brief recess, Ryan?
Yes.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 10-minute recess.
December 9th, 2025, and the time is 3:32 p.m.
All right, sir, would you state your name, please, for the record?
Ariel Montes, sir.
And how do you spell your name?
Ariel, Ariel, last name Montas, Montes.
And if you'd raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the pains and penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
Thank you. You have a seat.
Thank you.
Sir, where do you work? Where do you work?
I work for the Lawrence Police Department, sir.
And what's your job there?
I am a captain. I am the captain of the Bureau of Administrative Services, sir.
Thank you. And how long have you been in that role?
Just for a couple of months, I believe, since July. I believe July is when I got promoted to captain, sir.
What was your rank before that?
I was a lieutenant, sir.
Okay, and what unit were you in as a lieutenant?
Say again?
Were you in a unit?
No, I was on a shift, so I used to run the day shift, so second platoon.
And when did you start in that role?
I got promoted to lieutenant, I believe, somewhere around 2019.
19. And so between February and May of 2024, you were a lieutenant?
No, sir. During that time, I was an acting or provisional captain.
Okay. When did you become acting?
February of the same year.
2024?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember when? Somewhere in the middle, beginning?
February 14th, I would guess.
Okay. But on February 2nd, you were a lieutenant.
No, so I apologize. February of 2023 is when I became acting.
Okay.
So February 14th.
So in 2024, you were a captain?
An acting captain.
Acting captain.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And as a captain, who do you report to?
Report to the chief of police, sir.
Are you aware that former provisional chief William Castro was suspended by the Post Commission on March 21st of 2024?
I was, sir.
Okay. And at some point, did you report a possible violation of of his suspension order in April of 2024?
I did, sir.
Okay. You take a look at Exhibit 40.
Thank you.
I want you to take a look at the second page. Sorry, third page. You have it in front of you, sir?
I have.
Okay. You recognize this document?
I do, sir.
What is it?
So this was a memo or a proof form that I wrote to Chief or Acting Chief Bonilla at the time.
Okay. And at the time, you were a member of the Special Investigations Bureau?
I was.
And what were you reporting?
So there was an impromptu meeting that we attended at the mayor's office during the time that Acting Chief Castro was under post suspension. So he was basically running the meeting. It was a budget meeting, and he was, in my opinion, running the meeting as it pertained to police matters.
Let's take a step back here. So when was this meeting?
The meeting was April 19th of 2024.
That's the day before your memo.
Correct, sir.
Okay. And where was it?
It was in the mayor's office,
Okay.
200 Common.
That's Lawrence City Hall.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And before going to that meeting, did you have any understanding of what the meeting was about? Was there any conversation about that?
Prior to the meeting, we were in the chief's office, and he received a phone call. He was asked some questions regarding the budget, questions that he didn't have an answer to at the time. And then it was made. The decision was made right there and then to go to the mayor's office.
Who's we? Who was in that room?
It was Acting Chief Bonilla, Rosa Shepherd, and then myself.
Okay. Who's Rosa Shepherd?
Rosa Shepherd works for the PD. She handles the finances for the PD.
So there was some sort of call to Chief Bonilla about some sort of budget question, and you guys were all asked to come to City Hall. Is that essentially?
I don't know if we were asked to go. The chief at the time,
Yeah.
Chief Bonilla, he asked us if we wanted to go to City Hall, and we said, yeah, sure.
Okay. And when you got there, who was there?
So it was a large meeting. The mayor has a large oval table in his office, and it was department heads, just about every department in the city, I would say,
Okay.
to include people on the screen as well.
Oh, is it like there were people on a Zoom calls?
Yeah, kind of like a Zoom call thing. So
Okay.
it was a large meeting.
Okay. Was William Castro there?
You was, sir.
Okay. He was there before you arrived?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And while you were there, what do you recall William Castro talking about?
There was talk about movement in the department, how the budget itself should be handled. I remember in particular that the Chief Bonilla, he wanted to take money that had been allocated or was to be allocated to something else, and make it and create a position for a fleet manager and a plant manager. I'm sorry, and a facilities manager. This was something that Acting Chief Castro opposed, and ultimately that was the decision that was made to go against what Chief Bonilla was asking for at the time.
Was there a discussion between William Castro and Chief Bonilla in front of everybody?
Yeah,
Was it an argument?
it wasn't an argument. It was cordial.
It was some sort of debate about that particular issue, though?
Correct, sir.
Okay. And you said ultimately the city decided to go with the recommendation of William Castro.
That's correct, sir.
Did you find it unusual that William Castro was in the room? Would that surprise you?
I did, particularly because there was mention of staffing and the movement of certain staff members, promotions and things like that. That I decided to bring it up to the chief's attention, that I thought it might be a violation.
Okay. In the moment of the meeting, was there was it who was the acting chief at the time?
The acting chief at the time was Acting Chief Felix Bonilla.
Okay, and do you understand what William Castro's role was there?
So we were pulled to the side during the meeting. The meeting was halted, and we were pulled to the side by the mayor. There was a couple of other people that the mayor kind of has like a kitchen that's to the side of his office, and he pulled us to the side, and he told us that the reason why Chief William Castro was there was because he had been a large part, or in planning that budget.
All right. Did you think it was inappropriate that? Well, you already answered that question. When William Castro was speaking, did you get a sense that he was speaking as William Castro, a civilian, or William Castro, former chief of police?
I don't think that anybody that was sitting in that room would have mistaken who was in fact running the police department, if that's what you're asking.
Is that, are you indicating you felt as if he was running the department in that conversation? That's all I have before I need to close the courtroom.
All right. And the parties agree on this. There's nothing I need to look at in camera at this point to determine whether closures and,
No, I think we're in agreement that it needs to be closed.
is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so we are going to have to close the courtroom for a short while. When Haynes, the Zoom is, you're gonna take care of that? Is everybody else for the post?
Yes.
Yeah.
We all have individuals associated with the post commission, right? Nobody here? If you're not, you have to admit it. All right.
You press that much as everybody.
Yes, sir. Dr. Montez, have you ever been subject to any eye investigations yourself?
No, sir.
And your rank right now is full captain, correct?
I am, sir.
Who promoted you?
I was promoted by Chief Aguilar, Mayor Brian DePena.
Well, the appointing authority for the promotion is the mayor, correct?
Yeah, the appointing authority for the city is the mayor.
Okay, so Mayor DePena is the one who promoted you to captain? Is that correct?
Is that a question?
Yes.
I was promoted by Chief Aguilar and the mayor.
Well, does Chief Aguilar have the authority to make promotions, or is it the mayor that has that authority?
I got to tell you, I don't know how that works.
Do you have anybody in your family also employed by the city?
Yes, I do.
Who?
My sister.
And what is her role?
She is the confidential secretary for the personnel director.
Are you aware that in 24, Mayor DePena authorized Provisional Chief Castro to conduct some evaluations of promotions for various officers because of the overtime budget problems the city was having?
No, I wasn't aware, sir.
Because he was trying to address staffing shortages? You had no awareness of that?
No, sir.
Turn to Exhibit 62.
You see okay on this? We don't have a copy of it.
Yes, I could see that fine. Do you need this one back?
Is he done with?
He's got 47 here.
I think that's fine.
Welcome.
Now, we turn to Castro redacted 532. Can you see that, Captain?
Yeah, I'm good.
That's dated what?
February 15th, 2024, sir.
And that is from William Castro, who was provisional Lawrence Police Chief, to Brian DePena.
Correct, sir.
And to Claudia Hoyos, Chief of Staff, Octavian Spanner, Senior Advisor, Mark Ianello, the CAFO, and the HR Director, correct?
Correct. I'm sorry. Can we make it just a smidget bigger, if possible? I apologize.
No, I can see it better that way too.
I can as well better.
So you had a question about who to copy it to, right?
Well, you see that this is from William Castro, correct?
I do see that, sir.
And it is to Mayor Brian DePena. And there are other people copied, the Chief of Staff, the Senior Advisor, Mark Ianello, and the HR Director. Correct?
I see that, yes, sir.
Okay. No. This document, if you look at it, take a moment to read it, if you would, talks about budget issues, correct? As well as sergeant positions.
It does, sir.
And then if you could, would you please forward the other pages so that Captain Montez has a chance to look at them? Because if he doesn't have a copy in front of him, I don't want to surprise him with questions.
Copy of that printed, I can print one right now.
Let me read it. Read it up there.
And Captain Montez, if you just tell them as you proceed along so they can advance the page at your convenience.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I don't want to speed you up.
All set.
Well, you have more pages to go.
Oh, okay.
We're going to go through them. So I'm going to ask you some questions, and if you need to reference some of the pages when I ask the question, we'll reference the page again.
Okay.
This is not a trick question for you.
Sounds good.
You want him to keep going to these other?
Yes, because I'm going to ask him
They have to make it smaller so you can fit everything on the page, right? Or is that?
I can provide a copy if someone can photocopy one quickly. It might be faster, you know.
Turned out, you're probably right.
The only mark I made was just the circular date. The rest, I don't think there are any marks on as far as I recall.
Thank you.
Now, you testified, I think, while we're waiting for the papers, that you weren't aware of these issues of sergeant promotions, correct?
That's not what you said. You
Okay.
said that, or I believe that what you asked me before is if I was aware that he had conducted a study. I think it might have been what you just said.
let me see if I can rephrase the question.
Please, thank you.
What is your knowledge or understanding of the promotion of sergeants around the area of February, March of 24?
There was a number of sergeants that were promoted.
And were they all being promoted permanently, or were some being promoted permanently and some provisionally?
I believe that they were all promoted permanently.
Okay, well, that, I'm going to address some emails when the papers come back, if you've had a chance to read them. Do you recall, and again, I'll ask you the questions again when you read the papers. I just want to give you an idea of what I'm going to be asking you, so that will help you when you read the documents to refresh your memory. Do you recall there being an issue because Francesca Montez had arranged for all of them to become permanent and only some were to become permanent? And there became a conflict issue between you and Chief Castro because there were some that were not to be permanent, and there was an instruction given to notify civil service which ones are permanent, which ones were not?
I don't recall that issue, sir.
We'll go over the emails then. You'll see them when you look, and that may refresh your memory.
Okay.
Commissioner Prochar?
Yeah.
This is exhibit.
Thank you.
That is exhibit 62. So I want you perhaps more, I'm not going to question you on the numbers and the budget issues. I will be questioning you so that you have a chance to know that. Just look and see what these pages are. I'm not asking you the names or anything. It's not a memory test.
Okay.
But focus, please, on the emails toward the end of the exhibit. They are emails from you to various people in City Hall. They are emails from you to copied to Mr. Castro and to your sister. Those emails I would like you to take a little attention to.
Two emails, sir, right?
I believe there may be three. There's one dated March 21 that you wrote,
Yes, sir. I got,
and there's another one dated March 21, one at 1:48, one at 2 p.m.
yes, sir.
Those are the two principal emails.
Is there a third one somewhere?
No, there's a third email, but it's not from you.
Oh, okay.
Do you see the emails?
Yeah, I got three emails. One from Donna Cole. I'm assuming that's the one you're talking about. And then I have the ones that I sent out.
Now, this letter from Castro, the original part of Exhibit 62, says how things are supposed to be done, correct?
Correct. Well, hold on, let me go back to it, sir.
And if you look at the second page of the letter, which is the first two pages of the exhibit, and if you go down to the third paragraph, Chief Castro, now you remember that this letter drafted by Chief Castro was done on February 15th of 24 when he was still provisional chief of police for the city of Lawrence, correct?
Correct.
So he was making recommendations to the mayor regarding the overtime. Now, if you look at page 1, The Superior Office's overtime for 22 was 125,000. For 23, it was 207,000. Right? And in February of 24, it was already 30,000 and would accumulate to 360,000 for 24. 185% increase compared to 22 was his estimate as chief of police. You see that on the bottom of page 1?
I see that, sir.
So he's addressing budget issues and concerns that the mayor wants him to address as police chief. And he is provisional police chief at this time, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Now, on the third paragraph of Castro 533, he talks about, in order to address the above-mentioned overtime expenditure, I request the promotion. Now, here he's requesting, right, in a letter to the mayor. He doesn't have the authority to promote, does he? It's the appointing authority. We questioned that earlier, correct? It is the mayor who makes the promotions.
Right, so when you asked me who promoted me, I told you it was promoted by Chief Aguilar and Mayor Brian De Peña.
He can
Not
request
understanding the
or
question.
recommend, but he doesn't have the authority. It is the mayor as appointing authority.
So I don't know what powers the city charter gives to who regarding to
That's
that.
fine. So in paragraph 3, I'm just mentioning that the Chief Castro, is making a request. He's not saying I promoted. He's making a request to the mayor, promotion of 7 patrol officers, 4 to fulfill the presently open position, and the 3 remaining as provisional appointments to the rank of sergeant supervisor, okay? So he's recommending 7 promotions, 4 to be permanent, 3 to be provisional. Now, are you aware that your sister made a mistake?
Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry, sir?
My question.
My apologies, Your Honor. Do you see where that's written in paragraph 3 on
Yeah.
page 2?
I see it, sir.
Okay. Now, in the last paragraph, he says, I, William Castro, Provisional Police Chief, request that the mayor increase department sergeants from 20 to 25 and increase the department's budget by 53,500,000 per fiscal year and address the predicted 360,000 shortfall, overtime consumption, correct?
I see that, sir.
No. Are you aware that your sister arranged or notified civil service to make all the promotions permanent, all 7? She made a mistake.
Oh, I don't know if she made a mistake. I wasn't aware of that.
Well, let's look at the email. Did you have any communications with Chief Castro in February of 24 about these issues? Or did you become aware from your sister that Chief Castro wanted her to call civil service and fix her mistake?
I am not aware of that. Is there something else that I should be reading?
No, I'm asking you, did you have any communication with Francesca Montaz, who worked in the office, that she had made an error in notifying civil service these 7 promotions were to be permanent and not 4 permanent, 3 provisional?
I do not recall, sir.
Okay. Now, then there's an email from you on March 21st to a variety of individuals, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you're involved here saying that Ms. Francesca Montez, your sister, from the personnel office, informed me it's imperative for all recipients of this email to present themselves to the personnel office signed documentation pertaining to the ongoing promotional process. Make yourselves available as soon as possible. Now, did Chief Castro ask you to get involved in that issue?
I don't know, but I CC'd Chief Castro on the email, so it's definitely not behind anybody's back.
No. Were you holding a grudge against Chief Castro because he criticized your sister for that mistake?
It's my first time hearing about that alleged mistake.
Okay. No. So Chief Castro didn't ask you to get a hold of your sister?
Like I told you, I don't recall, sir. I don't recall any emails or anything like that.
Were you administrative captain at the time?
No, sir.
Why would you get involved in a personnel issue if you were not administrative captain?
I'm assuming that it was at the behest of Chief Castro. I don't know, sir.
So your testimony is that Chief Castro asked you to contact your sister?
No, my testimony is that I am assuming that that's the reason why it wasn't behind Chief Castro's back.
Do you know why you got involved contacting
I
these individuals?
do not recall, sir.
Okay. Do you recall a conversation with Mayor DePina where you told him you were mad at Chief Castro for blaming your sister for the mistake and ordering her to fix it?
I do not, sir.
Okay. Do you recall saying to Mayor DePina that, referring to Chief Castro, he went after my sister and things aren't going to stay like that?
I definitely didn't say that, sir.
Now, you talked about a meeting at City Hall on April 19th of 24, correct?
Correct, sir.
Whose office were you in when you got the information that there was going to be a meeting?
We were in Chief Bonilla's office.
My apologies, Your Honor. If you want to stop at 5, I don't know whether you want me to start this line of questioning, whatever your pleasure.
Tell me how much longer you think you'll have with this witness.
Maybe 10 to 15 minutes. I can try to finish up. It's up to you. It's your pleasure.
Let me ask the most important people around. Can people last for until 5:15? I'm talking about you folks mostly. Are you okay? Yeah, everybody all right? Good.
Thank you.
You okay? I should have asked you to. Not that I'd care, but.
April 19th, 24.
Sure.
Where were you when when you heard that there was going to be a meeting in City Hall?
When I was told to go to City Hall, I was in Chief Bonilla's office.
What was Chief Bonilla's role? You just called him chief. So
He was the acting chief?
he was acting chief of police.
Yes, sir.
Is there any doubt in your mind that the city had appointed, that the mayor had appointed Felix Spinella as acting chief when the letter from Post came in telling Chief Castro that he was summarily suspended? Is there any doubt in your mind?
No, there was none.
So you know, without a doubt, Felix Spinella was the authority for Lawrence Police Department below the mayor. He was acting chief of police.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Because I thought you testified that it was unclear whether William Castro was chief of police.
Two different venues, sir. So you asked me where I was when I found out that we were going to the meeting. At that point in time, I am in Chief Bonilla's office. And at that point in time, yes, it is painfully clear Chief Bonilla is the chief of police. However, once we change venues and now we're in the mayor's office, like the oval table that I told you, at that point, it was painfully clear to everybody in that room that it was Castro that was in charge of the Lawrence Police Department. Two different venues.
If the mayor's in City Hall, he's still the mayor, correct?
Correct.
The mayor's in Wendy's, he's still the mayor.
Correct.
Doesn't change. He's not a Wendy's employee just because he goes in to get lunch.
Correct.
So Felix Spinella, if he's acting chief of police in his office, is chief of police. If he's out in his car, isn't he still chief of police?
Yeah. Well, perception is reality. So you would have thought if you saw the interaction, there was definitely an alpha and there was a beta. And Castro was alpha.
I'll talk about the meeting, but I want to go into some more specifics. You were not asked to come by the mayor to that meeting. You indicated that Felix Spinella, acting chief, said, "Do you want to come along?" I believe that was your testimony.
Yes, sir.
And you and another individual,
Rosa Shepherd.
Rosa Shepherd, went to City Hall.
Correct, sir.
And in City Hall was the mayor, William Castro, variety of other people. I think you said a lot of department heads and people on Zoom screen.
Correct, sir.
No. You found out about that meeting from Felix Spinella, the acting chief, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you arrived at City Hall, I think you said that Felix didn't have a lot of budget experience?
I never said any of that.
Okay. Do you know if he had a lot of budget experience?
He was deputy chief at one point in time, so I would assume that he had some.
Did he express to you anything about the budget when you were in his office prior to going to City Hall?
No, I believe that what happened was he was asked questions and he didn't have the numbers in front of him.
Do you remember some of the people who were at the meeting at City Hall?
I do.
Could you read those off or recite the names, please?
I know that obviously the mayor was there. I know that the person on the TV was, her name is Ramona. I believe she's a new CAFO.
Ramona Sabalos?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
You were there.
I was there. Rosa was there. Obviously, Chief Milex Bonilla was there as well. There was,
Mr. Castro was there.
I believe I mentioned him already, sir.
Okay. Mr. Spanner was there.
I do not recall if he was there. I think
Mark Lionella, the CAFO?
I don't recall if he was there also.
No. Was
So about every seat was occupied.
a full room?
Full room.
No. In that room, was Chief Castro in uniform?
No, sir.
Did Chief Castro perform an arrest?
He did not, sir.
Did you see a gun on him?
I didn't see a gun on him.
Did you see a badge?
I did not, sir.
Did you see a taser?
No, sir.
Did he announce himself as the de facto Lawrence Chief of Police?
No, sir.
So he didn't say anything or exhibit anything to indicate he was functioning as Lawrence Chief of Police, did he?
Just dictating assignments.
Talking about
budget.
appearance and the words of saying, I'm Chief of Police, I'm acting in the chief's position.
No, he never outwardly said, I'm acting as Chief of Police.
He needs to let the witness finish answering his question. He asked a question, he was answering it.
I
and
know,
cut him
but
off.
the answer wasn't responsive and he's clarifying his question. So you didn't hear him say he was chief of police and you didn't see him exhibiting any in terms of what he was wearing.
Correct, sir.
Now, if you would turn to, do we have Exhibit 47?
Yes.
I can give that one back.
Do you recall, well, again, your interview with Daniel Bennett?
I do, sir. Yes, sir.
No. If you had changed, turn to Castro redacted 296. You made a statement to Daniel Bennett, 2/3 down the page. He was there as the chief of police. Did William Castro say anything with regard to being chief of police?
Identify himself at any point in time as Chief of Police? No.
Correct.
No,
Was he wearing civilian clothes?
he was wearing civilian clothes.
Do you know how he got there to that meeting?
I do not know, sir.
Because he was there before you arrived.
He was, sir.
Do you know that he was on administrative leave at the time?
I did, sir.
Do you know what municipality he would be on administrative leave from?
Lawrence,
Right. And who's the chief executive of Lawrence?
the chief executive,
Correct.
the mayor.
So if the mayor called him to a meeting and he's being paid administrative leave salary, is he obligated to go to that meeting at the mayor's direction?
I would believe so, sir.
If the mayor ordered you to come to his office, would you go?
I would, sir.
By the way, you just read your response. He was there as the chief of police, right?
I did, sir.
The question that was asked of you was, what was your impression of Chief Castro's position right at the time on April 19th? Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Go ahead.
No. We went over the emails and the issues with Francesca Montez, your sister, about budgets and promotions. And I believe you testified earlier that there was a lot of discussion on budget and promotions at this meeting.
Yeah, that's what the meeting was about, sir.
No. You also, I believe in your letter that you wrote to Felix Bonilla. Excuse me. You indicated concerns because Chief Castro was there.
Correct, sir.
No. Are you aware whether, when he received a suspension from post, his constitutional freedom of speech rights were taken away from him?
No, sir. I wasn't concerned about his freedom of speech. I was concerned about him acting in the capacity of a police officer.
Well, let me ask you,
A police duty, for lack of a better word.
well, let me ask a question. Is Counsel Mark Ionella, and you said you weren't sure he was there, is Rosa Shepherd a police officer?
No, sir.
Was she there
She was.
participating? Was Brian DePena, the mayor, there?
Correct. He was, sir.
Is he post-certified as a law enforcement officer?
No, sir.
So he was there participating. You're not sure if Spanner was there. Ramona Saballo was there, right?
Right.
Is she a law enforcement officer?
No, sir.
Manila and you were law enforcement officers. Castro was suspended. But there were multiple people there, those including department heads, who were not law enforcement officers, there to discuss and assist the mayor in figuring out a budget.
During the time that I was there, sir, all the conversation that took place regarding the Lawrence Police Department happened between Chief Bonilla, Chief Castro, and the mayor.
And if the mayor wanted,
Not even I spoke during the situation.
and if the mayor wanted Chief Castro, who is his employee, to come to City Hall and ordered him to do that, to explain what he had recommended in February when he was chief, why he wanted to move people around, why he wanted to have provisional charges, et cetera. How is that exercising a police function to explain what he did at a time when he was acting as chief? It's not a law enforcement authority.
Because he wasn't, that's not what was happening. He was actually dictating what personnel moves were going to happen, what budget moves were going to happen. That's what it was. It wasn't something, he wasn't explaining the past. He was dictating the future.
Those are recommendations he just made in February, right?
I'm sorry?
We looked at the recommendations he made just a few minutes ago
The
in
meeting-
February.
The meeting was happening in April, and like I told you, regarding just that one position of fleet manager versus a facility manager. That was happening in the moment, in the arena, right
Are
there.
you
right now.
aware of all the meetings that Chief Castro had while he was provisional chief with the mayor and all the documents that he submitted to the mayor relative to budget and personnel changes that he submitted then that the mayor wanted to ask him about in April of 24?
No, I'm not aware, sir.
So if he was talking with the mayor about explaining what he had done when he was chief of police so that the mayor would understand, because the mayor still has a budget to pursue for the city, correct?
Correct.
He has a police department that has to be run. He had a set of recommendations made on February 14th to him, correct?
Correct.
So doesn't the mayor have every right to ask anyone he wants, what are these recommendations all about? How is this going to help the budget? Why should I be doing this or that? What were you thinking when you recommended this or that?
Well,
Does the mayor have that right?
it's the current chief, well, the chief at the time, current acting chief at the time, gave his recommendation, all right? And it was ultimately vetoed by the presence of acting chief Castro.
Is a budget issue require you to be a law enforcement certified person? Can't you be administrative?
Oh, no, absolutely, it doesn't. However, when Post goes ahead and says you cannot function as a police officer, I would assume that includes as the head of the agency.
Are you aware of whether William Castro, when he was chief of staff, did exactly all those things as chief of staff, not in any law enforcement capacity? Are you aware whether William Castro, as current chief of staff, does all those same things, not in a law enforcement capacity?
Oh, that almost sounds like William Castro is currently violating what Post, or my interpretation of what Post has said to not do. So I would probably
What has Post said to do and not do?
not act like a police officer, sir.
He's not in uniform. He has no gun. He has no badge. He doesn't have any indicator, no taser, no indicator he's in law enforcement. He's out of uniform. He has no ID that suggests he's police and law enforcement. And he's answering the questions of the CEO of the city that the city calls him in because he's paying his salary.
Right. So there's a difference between answering questions and dictating what the future for the Lawrence Police
Who makes the
Department is.
decisions? Isn't it the mayor?
Well, the decision is made by the mayor with the chief.
the mayor can make the decision with Ramona Sabelos, Cafa Mark Ianello, Rosa Shepherd, Spanner. He can make it with anyone he wants.
Mr. Jacobs, I don't want you two to have a debate.
All right.
I understand your questions. I understand his answers. Is there anything new that, in addition, you want to add at this time, ask at this time?
One moment, Your Honor, I'll check. Now, as far as you know, none of those other individuals are law enforcement or post-certified, correct? Who were at that meeting?
In the room, just obviously Chief Bonilla, myself, and yeah, that's it.
Now, it's your testimony that you weren't sending this letter to Melix Panilla so that you could further damage Chief Castro's chances for any positions as permanent chief of police, correct?
That wasn't my intent at all.
I have no further questions. Your Honor.
Anything further?
No.
All right, thank you, Captain. You're excused. Oh, and you understand, don't you, that you are subject to a sequestration order, which requires that you not discuss your testimony with anyone until, at least until this trial is complete. Okay, good. Says he's. Thank you. Right, counsel, let me just quickly get a handle on what you're expecting tomorrow. What the witness order will be. So is Guerrero gonna testify tomorrow now? He'll be first, I assume?
Yes, he'll be first. Person only remaining. He's my person only remaining.
Okay,
For tomorrow and only.
that'll be your last witness.
Correct.
Okay. So the reins will be turned over to you after that. Mr. Jacobs, what do you have in mind?
I would anticipate,
See here, originally you're going to start today with Mr. Castro, right? So,
as you know, Mr. Spanner is out of the country, I believe, is my understanding. So
yeah, so has he informed anybody but you that? How do you know that, by the way? I know you wrote something on it, I just don't recall right.
right, I will get a confirmation. That's my understanding.
Where did it come from?
The city attorney is told me that
That's
he
what
will be
I'm asking.
unavailable.
Okay.
So I mean, I don't know for direct fact. City attorney had told me he would not be available to be responsive to the subpoena. I told him I would let you know that, which I believe I did. And then I would see if we could find a Zoom way at some future date to do that, but that I would talk to you
I'm not
about.
going to guarantee him it won't be in person, but.
No.
Did you get some indication about when he expects to
I would have to
return?
contact Mr. Houghton.
So I'd like you to do that.
I will do
mean,
that.
I don't know. who you
I won't
can
reach him today, but I will try very hard in the morning early.
Right. Well, tell him that I'm requiring it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right?
I will do so.
We need to know where he is and when he decides he was leaving the country and when he intends to return.
He is not refusing or doing anything insubordinate. It is just that he had prior plan, my understanding is he had prior plans to be out of the country during this period of time.
But I know that's your understanding. I just want
I
clarification.
will clarify, absolutely, Your Honor.
I mean, if,
I don't want to cast an aspersion on him because I have no information that this is anything other than just a scheduling issue.
okay, and I
But
hope
I will
that's what it
clarify.
turns out to be.
Yes, I will clarify with Mr. Houghton without a doubt.
Do you have any information to the contrary? Staying out of this one?
I know nothing about it.
All right. So it's really going to be Mr. Guerrero, Mr. Castro, and the mayor tomorrow.
Correct. And my thought would be to raise the possibility, since I know the commission has set up an interpreter for the mayor,
Yes.
that I'm not opposed to taking the mayor out of turn because I think Your Honor can keep everything straight. Take him out of turn to make it more convenient for the interpreter when we question him.
You mean if he's in the middle of, we might have to interrupt Mr. Castro's testimony is what you're suggesting? Or what do you mean by, yeah,
Yes.
that's fine. All right, thank you. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.